super strict that we're only talking about program level items this month, but that's the general theme, especially for the core programs in the transportation fund and federal funds. And then that just sets us up to continue to the right where we do the presentations this month, and then we'll be requesting approvals next month for some of those project level items. And then in June, approval to advertise draft STIP, and then work towards the final approvals later in October. So any questions on where we're at or where we're headed with the programming process? Perfect. So with that, this month, Carmen is going to do a presentation on some market conditions and estimating impacts due to the current environment. You want to pull it up? Yeah, let's see if we can figure this out, because we'll probably have to reshare. So is it Heather? Help.
It's like Heather's got it.
So how do you share that? Can't, you would probably have to cancel. I'd probably pick one. There it is.
Thank you, Heather.
As always.
You could hide, right? Okay, all right. Thanks for the opportunity to kind of update everybody today. This has been a really interesting experience as I've dug into the data, trying to understand the economic impacts and what we're looking at locally here in Utah, plus national trends. And so you'll see as I kind of go through this. First, I'll talk about what I found here locally, the market conditions. AGC puts out a lot of information on what's happened nationally, kind of go into specifics of what we're seeing with some of our materials, looking at what we're also seeing with labor, and then kind of what we're looking at for kind of a future outlook. So
AGC, Association General Contractors.
Yes, sorry. And I tried to keep this high level to a certain degree, but I'm also a structural engineer, and so I can get into quite a bit of detail. Okay, so I'm starting with this, and this is a graph that represents the department's composite construction cost index. So this is based on historical data, and the categories that go into this are roadway excavation, HMA, hot mix asphalt, concrete pavement, reinforcing steel, structural steel, and structural concrete. And this is kind of the change we're seeing over in time. So for this graph, I'm really showing from 19 to 22. You'll see another graph later that's the same graph, but it's for a much longer time period. So basically all I did was kind of break this out so you could see more detail of what's been fluctuating. And so I kind of started when I was looking at this was like, well, what are all these major events that have happened to start to, affect the market today? And so I kind of tried to outline them here. You can see where COVID hit. We have the deep freeze in Texas, Louisiana. We had some plant maintenance shutdowns here. We ran into an oxygen shortage. The hurricane hit. A lot of our manufacturers for products over here declared a force majeure, tariffs, Russia invades Ukraine, and there's even a couple more off of here that I didn't necessarily have a chance to update.
Could you just, so plant maintenance, and Kevin said oxygen shortage.
Well, I was going to go into that.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
okay.
But I can touch base on it right now. So oxygen shortage, you would never think this, but a lot of oxygen was going to the hospitals for COVID. And oxygen is how we make our glass beads for paint. So it's really interesting as I dug into this, all these little things that kind of tied everything together that I would have never even thought they were connected, but they are. Plant maintenance, we had some cement plants that basically had to shut down for maintenance. And so, you know, that affects us getting the product. So it was just really interesting how you tied all these together.
Don't they do that turnaround though quite regularly? Or was this-
They do it annually, and it's typically they're shut down from either 2 to 3 weeks. So
But this was a longer.
they just happen to at the same time.
Oh, okay.
So they typically don't happen at the same time. And so that's like another nuance that kind of fed into this. And because it got so busy on here, adding all these other events, I'd like to also point out another couple. You know, the ship that blocked the Suez Canal in Egypt, that was March 2021. Even that closure of the I-40 bridge over the Mississippi River, it had that big crack in the beam. And so those both caused very dramatic supply chain issues, you know, throughout the US. And then in November of 2021, there was those several wildfires, flooding, mudslides in British Columbia, soggy conditions in the Southeast, and that all affected lumber. So like I said, it got pretty busy by the time I started adding all these events on this list. So it was really interesting to see how all of these events have like really tied together what we're seeing in the economy right now with our construction.
Did the Canadian border, when did that impact, you know, shut down, trucker blockade?
It did. It just didn't have as much information on that.
It's hard to isolate some of the factors to that, but it compounds.
Yes. So here is another, so here's kind of what we're seeing right now. So these are our bid item price changes from 2019 through 2021. And obviously we're not going to pick every bid item, but these are items that are typically on every project. So granular borrow, concrete barrier, roadway X. And you can see, I mean, we are at least having 50% more cost in granular borrow. I mean, even into reinforcing steel, we're down here at 20, in even catch basins. So even looking at a catch basin, I think we are up to paying about $5,700 per catch basin. So
When we say catch basin, the commissioners
You know-
know what we're talking about.
like the drainage boxes that the pipes feed into within the roadway. But it, you know, to even give you a little bit idea, so the granular borrow numbers were,
So granular borrow.
I'm sorry, granular borrow is was at about $29 per cubic yard, and now we're up to like $43.50. And then concrete barriers, $69 per linear foot, we're at 102. So everything is just increasing in cost.
So is the dirt more expensive because we have to pay people to get it?
I think it all
That's just
feeds
weird to
into
think
it.
about,
It's dirt.
It's-
a big part of
The
that.
right, it's-
Just fuel,
right? Okay.
because what the prices we're seeing here is this is their price to place that material as per the specs.
Right, yes, and so I wanted to kind of tell you as well what goes into that bid item. So it is the 35% is probably the material cost, 25% is equipment, and then 40% is labor, which makes up that entire cost. And that's what like a bid item cost would go to. So yes, that's all kind of in there, but again, like the fuel, transportation, equipment is what is feeding a lot of these price increases. Now we're looking at concrete pavement, structural concrete, and hot mix asphalt. These are broken down more into our buy prices because the way we structure our bid items for these three elements, there's a lot of different things that go into them. And so if you were to look at them at bid price, they're a lot, bid item price, they're a lot more difficult to compare especially on quantity. So if you have a larger quantity, it's less expensive. A lot of times small quantities are more. And so that's why I've kind of broken them out as the buy price, because it's kind of easier to see when it's just the price of that itself.
And that's a reason why you'll see us come with those informational items a lot of times where we're combining projects together when we advertise them. We're trying to optimize those bids so we can get enough competition, but we can also create a big enough market to get a better price.
Yes, thanks. Yeah.
And we do this just as a state, we don't combine with California or other,
No,
simply here.
very different rules and laws.
Yeah.
So here's what we're seeing in just the steel products themselves. And this data is from the producer price index for the steel mill products. And that index measures the average change over time in the selling price of that specific good and services for steel. But as you can see too, I kind of left a few of these, maintenance, infrastructure, but it's just continually increasing. And I think we're seeing about 125% increase right now on steel here. This is for our asphalt binder. This is what we're tracking. And probably for the binder itself, so that is simply the residue from the petroleum refining. So you can kind of think of that, and that's basically produced from the crude oil and then processed to a certain grade. The binder you can consider as that base coat in your asphalt. And then that top coat would be the asphalt paving, which is where the blue line comes in. So this data is developed from weekly reports that monitor Poten and Argus. They're national firms that monitor these costs. But as you can see, it's very volatile in what we're seeing, where the hurricane hit. And so you can just continually see that it's completely unpredictable with what we're seeing, but the trend is it's increasing.
Well, that's reflective of the price of crude oil.
Yes, exactly.
That's the full feedstock for it.
And I think that leads me right into this one, the fuel retail prices we're seeing. So back in January of 19, we're probably around that $3. Now we're up here into the $5. And you can just see this going up. And then recently, there was a recent fire at that Exxon refinery in Wyoming. And that we're starting to see it, but we will see more of an impact on our asphalt supply and the fuel prices themselves. I mean, if you think about it, Exxon is one of the largest US oil producers, and that refinery is about 720 acres. I have the data here. And it processes 60,000 barrels of crude oil a day. And it self-produces 600 million gallons of gasoline and diesel fuel annually. So you can see what an impact that will be on our economy with that being down.
I was in California last month and paid $9 a gallon for gas.
Oh,
It was in Death Valley, but it was still $9 a gallon for unleaded.
Wow.
Unleaded.
Did you take a picture, Lou?
I did. I'll send you a photo.
I could use that in some economic presentations. That's something.
Bummer.
Sounds a little, provocative, but you see these numbers and you think what we need is a good old recession. Isn't that, I mean, it is provocative, but their market correction needs to occur.
I mean, to give you an idea, before the Great Recession, we saw 2 years of about 20% construction inflation. It was heating up so fast.
Did
The
you not
biggest
like that? Did you not like that comment?
No,
Sort of.
the biggest problem is there's so many things outside of our control.
Yeah.
You don't know where we're headed, the Ukraine and all that area, and the world has become so interconnected that we get a bump in the cargo ship grounding in the Suez Canal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just interesting. I fueling up the other day, and a guy in a diesel truck was fueling up next to me, and when he finished fueling, it was $1,585. So when we fill up our snow plows and all these graders and things that are gonna be working, this is going to be a big number for us. A recession, maybe it'd cool that down, but it's painful to get there.
Okay, this slide is kind of showing the comparison between where we are with our cost index, and that's kind of what I explained before, what went into how we calculate our cost index. And then the bottom, the fuel tax revenue. And as you can see, our cost index continues to go up, and our tax revenue goes up, but at a much smaller rate. And I think our percent difference at this point is about 133%. And I don't see probably this changing much in the future. But it kind of gives you a perspective of what we're looking at, our cost compared to the money we have coming in. Okay, so this is kind of how we look at our inflation rates. And so I think before I had told you, I kind of took that snapshot of a piece in time. That snapshot is like right in here, to show you the real detail, because when you start to spread this out, you can't see that. So those were the costs that we were actually seeing today. And then we go through and do our projections for kind of a high, medium, and low projections. And this 12% is what we've been seeing recently as inflation. And you can see, I'm more inclined to say that we're going to see these high values. And, as we get more data, I would imagine that they would go up as well. But that's what we're seeing today in what our costs are doing here. Okay, so this one, I'm really trying to, I'll kind of highlight some of these, but I kind of wanted to highlight these is that there is no rhyme or reason necessarily to the material we're tracking. Things hit it different. We don't necessarily know why until you start to dig into it, whether it's a supply, it's a production, it's a purchase. And so, like I can highlight cement here. So we had the shutdowns for maintenance that we talked about previously, and then they couldn't stockpile their material. And so then they had to start metering out to contractors, and they would meter based on the past distribution history, just so try to be fair and reasonable amongst the contractors. So speaking with the industry right now, they think that's going to be better this summer, but considering all these other fluctuations, it'll really be hard to tell.
I received some interesting calls from legislators that are in the development business, residential apartments, those types of things. And when the suppliers are making decisions of where to send that, they would treat us better than they would some of these developers. Complaining to me.
Look at it's a volume issue.
We are a very consistent customer and higher volume. But it has an effect. It's not just on UDOT. This is an entire market.
See, and cement's high because look at the diesel fuel they use to manufacture it.
Very expensive manufacturer.
It's an expensive, high fuel use.
The other thing to note here, we typically schedule a lot of our freeway work at night. And in a lot of cases, these plants won't open at night for them. And so they have to either schedule them very far in advance, or they just have to do work at other times of the day.
A couple others that I'd just like to highlight so you have an understanding of kind of what we're monitoring these days is fly ash. And that's the residue from burning coal, and plants are shutting down. That's the whole goal. And so
We use it as a kind of a substitute for
Yeah.
cement.
Yes.
It helps add better quality to the concrete.
Right, and we sometimes can replace up to 30% of the cement with the fly ash in our mixes. And so they're kind of going to what's called harvested fly ash. And that's basically, from landfills that were created prior to the use of concrete in the refineries. And that still has a lot of availability challenges right now. Resin is another one that affects a lot of different materials, because that's the adhesive that holds everything together. So that could be in our paint striping, our bridge overlay systems. And the big impacts on that was the Texas and Louisiana, the plant shuts down due to the freeze. It appears to be recovering, but again, it's just one of those materials that we're gonna monitor. Glass beads. I think I spoke about this earlier regarding the oxygen use, but now there's even been more shutdowns with other supply chains where 3 out of the 4 global producers are not available right now. So I think we're even going to see higher impacts on glass beads at this point.
There's nowhere we put glass beads in the paint. That's what applies, yes, the retroreflectivity.
Is that guaranteed for 3 months? Is that what it is?
We don't scrape it up with the snowplows.
Another one that just came on that we're monitoring, really wasn't on the list prior, was aluminum. China's curtailed production. Europe has as well. And so right now that's even showing an additional 22 to 25% increase in aluminum costs.
I don't know if it's true, Carmen, that Russia and Ukraine make up about 60% of the aluminum.
Yes, that's impacting us as well. The PVC pipe, polyvinyl chloride pipe. Got that one. So we're still seeing a lot of shortages there, and especially for the price of production too has really gone up in producing the pipe. But in working with the contractors, what they're seeing is this, when they're making their bids, they have to assume that these current prices will hold. And as fast as they're increasing, the best we can to get our projects advertised and awarded. But not every industry does that, And so and then for their subs to hold a quote. Some are only holding quotes for 24 hours, 7 days, things like that. And so they're really having a hard time with trying to understand where their bids are going to come in at. When they get into the delivery aspects, they're trying to, they'll make their deliveries. They can either be delayed or very unpredictable. Regards with the quantities, sometimes are less than what they've ordered. Also, they try to get long lead times ordered early, but then they run into storage issues because they have no place to store them on site. So there's all sorts of different challenges happening within the projects themselves at this point.
Hey, Carmen, price adjustment clauses are one tool we have to maybe tend to that concern. And I know we have them for asphalt and for fuel, I believe, and a couple of them. Has the industry expressed any interest in, utilizing that price adjustment for other materials?
Yes, they have. And at the end, I'll get into a little more detail on that, just to, what we have today and other areas that we're looking at. But that is definitely a way that we could work with the industry right now to improve that situation. So, so we took a look at what's going on with Utah, but I always thought it's good to look at nationally what's happening as well. And so this, all of these tables that you see from the national come out of the AGC inflation report, because I think it really shows what's happening across the nation. So they've let these out. So these are the price increases for construction inputs. And you can see we're really in line with steel mill, plastic, aluminum is a little higher here, fuel. So I just want everybody to have an understanding that it's not out of line with what's happening everywhere else. So this is another graph that they produce, a change in price of inputs. And this is non-residential construction. And again, you can see the inputs that are going into producing all the materials is much higher than our bid prices. And you can see the gap there, which affects our industry contractors.
That would lead you to think that it's not gonna slow down much, it's gonna.
Right.
continue.
Like, and I mean, look back here, that was a huge discrepancy when this started to happen with the pandemic. And everything you read within the AGC basically reference the pandemic as the initiation of the situation we're in today.
I would just make this comment that it's not only here, but when you get into replacing trucks,
If you can get them.
Yeah, if you can
well,
get
that's it. And they are sold out, but I heard a report the other day that in 12 months, the average heavy duty Class 8 truck has went from like $68,000 rolling to $103,000 in 12 months. And used trucks are now bringing as much as more than new trucks were selling for a few years ago. So this thing we're headed for I hope it's just a recession, it's not a depression, but we gotta keep building.
We do.
So this is another graph that they produced, construction bid prices and basically on the selected inputs. You can see a couple months ago, they didn't even have diesel fuel on here. If you look at their past reports and all of a sudden they're like, oh, look at what's happening here. Steel mill, lumber, aluminum. So you can, I mean, if you look at what's happening across the nation, you can see again that we're right in line with what's happening within the market. And if interested, like these reports are really interesting what the AGC produces. They have a lot of good information. Okay, this one I found really interesting because this is kind of that cost squeeze on contractors. Which when you look at this red, it is the period when change in costs exceeded the change in bid prices. So this is where we're here today. So if you remember the big gap on the previous chart, and now we're here. And if you because I've been monitoring these and watching them, if you look back at the last one that was produced, it looked like it was on a trajectory to come down. And now it's back and it's longer. And if you go back here, even like look at 2007, like probably the highest, but not too long. We have no idea where this is going to end at this point. And contractors, being in this unpredictable state, it's just not sustainable for our industry at all. So this is one that I'll be watching closely. Let's talk labor because labor plays a part in all of this as well. What they're finding, this is really much the first time that the job openings are more than the new hires in construction. And it's basically set a record high. So there's more openings out there than we can find people to fill, workers to fill that. Another thing that they went into a lot of detail on for worker supply is low vaccination rates. And I never even would have probably thought about this, where 56% of construction workers are vaccinated, where 83% are in other occupations. And there used to be this premium for a construction wage, and that has shrunk through the sector. So it used to be up, you can kind of see this 23%. It dropped down when, the pandemic hit, and it's kind of back up, but it's only about this 17, 18%. So It's really hard to find workers today.
I think it's worth adding on this one that a big part of the challenge here is the aging of the population.
Yeah, that's true.
So, you know, so this doesn't get better anytime soon because the baby boom ages and there's just not what you would want coming behind it.
Yeah, I can see that. So here's kind of an outlook survey regarding like headcount and hiring. So, you know, they expect that they're going to continue to need more and more people to work. And again, nothing we haven't explained or we don't think we know here is going to be harder and harder to hire. And so nationally, that's what, you know, general contractors are feeling today.
Well, I think that speaks throughout all of the workforce. It's not
Yes.
just this, it's just, yeah.
Mhm. So this is one that a graph I worked with just kind of local contractors here and what they've been seeing in their labor and inflation rates and changes. So from 2019 to 2020, like from a carpenter up to 15%. So at least, you know, looking at 5 to 10% in all of these areas of work. And even into 2021, the difference is, you know, 23% increase in the inflation rate of what they have to pay their workers. So, you know, and in a lot of conversations with them, you know, the challenges that they've seen is that worker availability for all different positions. You know, it kind of goes back to, you've heard, I can't find anybody to drive trucks. And it's not even just our industry, it's every industry. Other industry competition. I mean, there was the airport, between residential, between commercial. I think this remote work one is really interesting, just because, you know, construction workers, they're in person, they're in the field, they're hands-on. They don't have that option that, you know, an estimator, even for a contractor to do, or the office staff. That's just not an option for that workforce. And the generational differences, you know, their feeling is like, you know, they just want to avoid the construction industry altogether. They want to work in an office, they want to have flexible hours, you know, and they don't want to do difficult physical work necessarily. Out in the freezing cold, when in the middle of winter, nights, weekends, whether it's really hot out. And they really want that work-life balance. Again, like not working weekends and nights, and, you know, I guess those expectations of that generational workforce really doesn't align well with our expectations in construction. It just doesn't. And so it was really good to work with them and get their feedback.
Carmen,
Yes.
one way I've heard this referred to, everyone knows the term Great Resignation, as people, you know, left the workforce during the pandemic, and a lot of people are now calling it the Great Upgrade.
Oh, okay.
Which is,
I hadn't
you
heard
know,
that.
not promising to UDOT, because it's people changing what they do, which is your point here.
I
Because they
hadn't
think
heard
it
that.
makes their life quality better.
Yeah, thank you. I had not heard that.
So next year, you've got to schedule the snowstorms during daylight hours.
Not on weekends.
So this is another one of the graphs from the survey. Again, what contractors are seeing, higher costs, projects are taking a lot longer, and they're just starting to put higher prices in bids and looking at longer times. So I think we're gonna see a lot more higher prices and really looking at more flexible schedules. And this is another graph that they had, you know, the value of projects to be higher or lower than in this next coming year. And I thought it was interesting, bridge and highways at the top of the list with 57%. And other modes of transportation, sewer, you know, but they go into a lot more detail than just transportation. But to see this at the top, really makes, as an industry, we need to really start thinking about what we're doing. And then here is, and this again is when I was working with a lot of the local contractors. These are kind of just some rough numbers that they were throwing out there, but equipment that they're seeing consistently is 10% up, labor 15, materials, utilities, and what they're seeing for inflation. And this kind of goes back to what Ivan was saying on how we want to manage costs. I mean, I think as a department, you know, work with the industry on the challenges. Every project's very different. They have different requirements. They have different needs, and we need to be open to having those discussions. We are continuing to monitor the impacts of those increased costs and try to adjust where we can. But again, that goes back to working with the projects. We've asked all the project teams to go back and reevaluate and update project scope and estimates to see if we are in line with what's happening today. One thing we're working with the contractors is just having that more flexible construction schedules of when they can start and stop, and being able to move that rather than very defined time periods. And this goes to add price adjustment clauses. You know, like we have some in some areas with asphalt and binder and things, but if we would be open to looking at other areas. A lot of states have steel in there, but we don't have
We
steel.
did steel years ago when we had a shortage on steel.
Yeah, so those are things that we will be evaluating too as a department. And then, you know, just to maintain a steady flow of projects to keep the industry moving. They want to see that steady flow. So they don't get these peaks and valleys. And I think that's very appropriate with, you know, how we need to manage our work. And that's what I have for today.
This might be for Ivan.
There was a theme to that presentation.
It's the reason it was up front too.
We're,
Well done.
we see a great push to buy USA products. Have we set does that have to be 100% manufactured in the United States? Or is it 80% or 20% from other sources? A few years ago, we got into a pickle where we had huge, I think it was on I-15, when we was putting up the big light bulb. It's all made in America except for a few of the internal components, so we couldn't use them.
The current policy for steel and iron allows for it. I think it's 5% for the material could be non-domestic, and in a $2,500 per item. So it's almost like an impossible number to meet. So the new policy, it goes along the same lines. We still, what we have right now is OMB issued their guidance. So federal highways, we're in the process of taking that guidance and kind of put in a policy in place that we can send out to the states, and hopefully we'll get into more of those details. But I think for the actual materials, it's the numbers are going to remain as the same as mentioned before. Now there's also manufactured products, and I think they're I forget, it's 55% has to be domestically. So 55% of the materials in the product have to be domestically produced. So but those numbers are still going to be very difficult for manufacturers to meet. So, but yeah, as an agency, we still have, federal highways has not come out with our own policy on that yet. But we're in the process of putting that together.
I think, did you say 5 or 0.5? Is that 0.01?
I think current is, but the new one will allow for greater, assuming they put that forward. We haven't gotten our guidance, but.
And then you can get, there's a waiver program also.
Yeah, there is a waiver.
Are you approving any waivers currently? No,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, let's not put that. They're in a tough position.
Yeah, the waivers are very difficult to get through. But so don't want to discourage you, but
Well, I understand it's difficult, but if we have a $450 million project going and we're held up because of, we just can't get that material, that's.
Well, what we try to do is, you could probably get a sense with the color of money that we put on certain projects. We try to isolate our federal funds on the simplest, smaller jobs.
So that's like anything I think of.
You, you won't really see any of our larger complex projects have federal money. It's a strategy.
Smart.
Well, I think that speaks to why we're able to do what we're doing.
A little bit.
So that's why it probably makes sense for some locals to transfer. And we're working some of those projects.
Yes, you've seen those projects come to the commission.
Some of these doom and gloom forecasts and also difficulties has brought a lot of opportunities also, just remember, by way of innovation and technology and innovation. Michelin, now due to the aluminum shortages and steel, they're using now the tires without any rim, just all rubber material, composite material. The new company that I found out yesterday or the day before that are using the land use material under the heat, combusting, and making the cinder blocks for the construction materials. Manufactured for the furnishings and textile using bamboo instead of lumber and all the other materials. So there are a lot of technology and innovation that is going to substitute for lack of the things that we don't have now. Of course, McDonald grease is going to be used for the fuel now, no more diesel. So there you go. So take it half full, half empty, whatever you want to
I
take.
thought you were telling us to eat more French fries.
No, but it is just that technology innovation is also coming online to substitute some of the shortages we don't have.
Besides labor, materials and equipment, we're fine, right? I mean, besides that, we're all good. Thanks, Carmen.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Carmen.
Now, there's that presentation on the website. I was able to find some, but not that one. I'll send it to you. Okay.
I guess you, Ben.
So.
Pick us up, Ben, right?
We get to the right.
Anything else you say, then it will be show recorded now, so.
Is that showing up on the share screen? Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. So we're gonna go to item number 4. Legislation and project programming. I forgot to mention, so the reason why the commissioners have the color-coded cheat sheet is because of what I mentioned about how we do have a little bit of a mix between project level approvals this month, along with some of our program level approvals. So we just wanted to put some additional information there. So I'm sure everybody remembered all the slides from last month. So some of these are going to be a little bit review, but bear with us. We do have a checklist that we'll be running down through as we walk through these items to keep us on track. So first of all, we're going to start with some legislative projects and start with state roads. So we've got 3 projects that are in the state road category that are legislated. So the first one is this I-15 Spanish Fork Center Street Interchange Environmental, re-showing the intent language from House Bill 3, and then also just clarifying the project description. We talked about this one last time and I may have misidentified the actual name. We've got that squared away finally. So now we've got I believe we've got the correct name here for the project description on this item. Then the next one, here's some additional intent language from House Bill 3 for interchange on I-84 and Mountain Green for environmental. So that shows intent in dollars. And then SR 92 Western Extension Environmental. This one was a combination of 2 bills, SB 13 and HB 3, to get to the description and the dollar amount. So we've just shown the clip from both of those. So with that, This is the table of those items. And since they're in legislation, they will be a for information only item tomorrow in the commission meeting to get them on all the appropriate lists and in the process, yes.
Would you remind me where SR 92 is?
It's different.
Yes,
Dividends is it's going through the golf course.
Thanksgiving point area.
Yeah, going for Thanksgiving point.
So we're going
Right on
west
the
from
river.
the,
A bridge over the golf course and a bridge over.
no.
And then we take a whole.
Look,
different-
I'm kidding.
We'll see where the environmental goes, but
Yes, the golf
the
is
state,
going,
the state road, if you think of the interchange, SR 92 interchange or Tippinogas Highway interchange, you would go to the state road goes to the east.
Uh-huh.
The first signal, like you can tell me if I'm wrong, the first signal to the west, after that, it becomes a local road. The intent of the legislature is to do the environmental, to look at the extension of that road through, over, around whatever the golf course and tie into a new road that Lehigh City's building coming from the south. So this doesn't not go all the way through to Redwood Road, is what the long range plan shows right now. We'll see where the environmental takes us. And then the intent behind it was this would become a state road.
Could I ask, we had a great tour, Region 4 with Rick and seeing the interchanges in Washington County, and a comment was made, an interchange is like a $10 million undertaking. These must be more expensive, it's just $5 million.
A lot more than 10.
Yeah, that's
This is just in
ballpark, how much, what are we talking about? If we did an interchange, when we do it?
Well, they're all different. You know, so the one up in 84, Mountain Green,
Right,
you've got the river and the railroad right next to it.
there it kind of comes, yeah.
So, and again, in the environmental is where we're gonna define the scope. We're gonna figure out what it's gonna look like, where it's gonna go. Rob, I don't know if you have an idea on the 90, the 92 is not an interchange,
Right, that's, yeah.
it's an extension.
But there is a bridge over the river.
Yeah, there's a bridge over the river.
We're impacting potentially the golf course, which will have to be available.
Yep.
That's the case. So,
And then the
what's
Spanish
that
Fork.
to that effect? There's one down there as far as I'm concerned, just do away with it.
I'm not sure.
the Spanish Fork, yeah, any idea? I mean,
That one also has some railroad tracks that are existing there that need to be dealt with, and
you could be the 50 million, is that true?
it's a
80, 50?
Wow.
Easy. Maybe high, probably higher. I mean, Rob, I don't know if you have a feel for Mountain Green.
Yeah, it's up there. It's in the
80 to 100 million.
Wow. Thanks, give us a perspective.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah,
that's because the railroad, the river, it's gonna be technical and it's gonna be tough.
So this is just a clip from the fact sheet that you'll see tomorrow in the for information only item, just remember that one tomorrow, and that's where this will be. So then there was one more legislated project, and this one was a little bit different because the dollar amount was not defined in the intent language. So this one it's got some intent language about mitigating traffic. It also had some intent language about some proceeds from the sale of surplus property that would go back into the Transportation Investment Fund. So this is the I-215 frontage road in Taylorsville. So that one that will be a approval item, or a requested approval item tomorrow to set the dollar amount of that. So this is the current estimate for that. One other thing, and here's a snapshot from the fact sheet for tomorrow. So it's the 7 million from that's the estimate.
We're guessing that.
Yeah, the estimate for the sale of the property.
This is the property across the street from the complex.
Yeah. And then another piece of this is Taylorsville City will pay $900K a year from their county of the first class distribution for 15 years. I believe, Shara, that's correct? Okay. So that would go back into TIF as well. So that's this. So that's some of the funding for this. So you can kind of look at it as some multiple funding sources for this project. So that was all of the state road legislative projects. So before I officially declare the check mark, is there any questions?
I declare check.
Yeah. Okay.
That's cute.
So then let's move on to legislative projects transit. So here again, we've got a handful of projects here that were in legislation. So the first two that are listed are the Front Runner strategic double tracking and then Front Runner South facing the Provo environmental and station planning. So this clip shows this one's a little bit, you have to make sense of a couple of slides to make the whole dollar amount work, but there was 150 million total. This first part for these two, there was 75 to strategic double track Front Runner, but of that 75, up to 5 million was for the Front Runner South piece. So that's the intent language that captures both of those. And then the other, which then there's remaining 75 that's left out of that 150. And so the remaining portion, there was intent language for a future transit project at Point of the Mountain. So, and then one more thing, there was some intent language for the department to complete a fixed guideway plan development related to the duties that were assigned in this HB 322 language. And then if I go here, just to jump to the bottom, that had a fiscal note in that bill of 250,000. So this table represents the total of the set dollar amount legislative projects in the transit category.
So we'll hold there for a second. Questions on the transit pieces? So this adds to what they did last year. If you recall, they put 300 million to Front Runner strategic double track. So you could say we have 370 for that. We're jumping in, working with UTM right now.
Why is the Point of the Mountain one so pricey?
That's not even gonna pay for the construction. That will pay for a portion.
I mean, help me understand, is it tracks in?
Well, the alternative analysis that UTA did came out with a BRT.
What makes that number
Our-
seem even?
Our elected officials do not want a BRT. So we're still trying to go back and figure out, because we have to go through a valid public process. But we're gonna go back and relook at the BRT light rail. The developers that are all in the process of bidding now, there's 3 master developers that are, it's final down to 3. That decision should be made by the end of June. They've all expressed more interest in light rail than a BRT system.
Does that take that to Adobe or to the station?
Well, the number that came out is they were looking at it tying down into Adobe. So bridging over I-15 in, north of the prison and then south of the prison site to get back on the east side.
But not to UVU.
Not to UV. In fact, you'll see in action the commission agenda. I don't know if we're touching on that today to remove money from that environmental document, right? For the transit down
We're
from.
doing one where it's changing from an environmental
Right.
to a station plan.
That was that one.
Yeah.
So.
Although UVU's coming up to the point, they have some properties at Thanksgiving Point, they teach classes at Adobe.
Well, and UVU's connected, up to Front.
Yeah,
And it's got great connections to Front.
sure does. And a great bridge over I-15 that they love. So pedestrian bridge,
And so you've got those, and then the 250 is really, it's responding, and we're supposed to have we call it the plan. We're supposed to have that ready October 31st to present to the legislature. We're gonna try to get it done in early October so that we can get it on the October interim meeting, so that there's possibility of a committee bill if they want one in November. Interim meeting. But that is to say, what do we need to do in the department department in terms of organization and structure in order to take this role of transit into the future. Just right now, all we're doing is we pulled one person off of Bangor Highway to try to meet what they're asking us to do.
Just to make sure I have understanding, is this just for environmental work?
No,
This is for.
this is delivering the design and construction. This is significant. So the 250 is putting together what organizational changes we need to be, what do we need to look like as a department? The 70 is adding to the 300, and that will do a portion of double track to meet the goal of trying to increase ridership on Front Runner. And the point of the mountain, depending on which alternative is picked, where it goes, and what the alignment looks like, whether or not it's dedicated lanes, dedicated bridges, or if it's just some shared traffic, will tell us what that point of the mountain transit looks like. It's more than 75 million for whatever alternative is picked. And then you have to layer on top the fact that UTA has to operate and maintain it. And they don't presently, like I know of, have the cash sitting there to do that. There'd be a big new responsibility.
Be careful what you're good at, Carlos.
Careful, yes, but we didn't ask for it, so.
So Carlos, again, just the 250 is to give you people to do
It's
this.
for us to hire a consultant to help us do this. I mean, our workforce is as highly stressed as I've ever seen it. We've never had more work. We've never been leaner. Never had more vacancies. So we're bringing in folks that are expert in the transit capital development work to help us do this.
Thanks for that.
So once again, here's a clip from the back sheet that will be in the agenda for tomorrow for information on the item for legislative transit. Check mark.
Any questions on that check mark before Ben goes on?
It's very satisfying,
I
isn't
know,
it?
that's what Terry says. That's what we always put check marks on stuff. So you're like, okay.
I like it too.
That ought to be just a half a check mark.
Yeah, there's more check marks to come. Yeah.
TBD, yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so then the next category in the legislation was state park access. So this one, we'll hit on this a couple different ways, but there was a total of 16.2 million that was designated to a outdoor adventure infrastructure restricted account. And it had a couple different, it had a split of the uses of that. So 10 million was to go to paved pedestrian or paved non-motorized, which we're going to talk about here in a second. But then it also was for access to state parks from state highways. So if you take the 10 million off, it leaves 6.2 for the access to state parks from state highways. So this one is just a status update for this month. As we've been working through. So right now we have collected some initial region recommendations and looking at some issues around access to state parks from state highways. And here's the initial, we're just showing the initial ideas. The step that we have not been able to do yet is to do further coordination with state parks to get their input and get their feedback. So this one is just a status update. And then I've left it here on the left side that depending on how that coordination goes, we could be coming back in May for a request for approval or possibly June. So if not, we would just, maybe have another quick mention of the status and.
So these projects were not directed. These are recommendations that we've been able to collect.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, working through the regions and what they've been, I don't know if any region wants to speak to what they're.
I'd like to
Probably have a
speak to
list
the
of
Red
needs.
Fleet. They have shut that park down for the summer.
Mhm.
They're gonna go do a complete rebuild of the campground, the beach areas and things. So this is probably gonna dovetail into what parks are doing up there right now, and it needs to be done.
Kevin, is part of that because of the water concerns?
No, it's just, our campgrounds and things. The RVs and units have changed so much that what they were built for aren't working. Everybody's got slide outs.
Yeah.
All those, and it's just, the way the park has developed in and of itself, there's just a lot more usage up there than was ever anticipated. They have a couple of paddleboard things, and it just brings hundreds of people in to do that. So it's kind of one of they've announced it to the community that they're shutting it down. Won't be available for this summer, but look for bigger and better things next.
State Parks is they've been all across the state, they've been seeing more visitation than ever. And the state is making investment in the state park system, and this is part of that.
And it's good. It's time.
So is there a lot of additional need into these things, or was this like cream that rose to the top, or did you have to pick this out of 40 different projects? How did you come up with these three?
Directors?
So most of our state parks already have kind of turn lanes to them. There's just a few that don't. For us, that Southern Parkway one, that's a whole nother access point because Sand Hollow is the most visited state park in Utah right now. It's a little over 1 million people, I think, last year. So Haynes was around 5 million last year. So it's a very heavily used state park, and this is trying to address the lake and then all the recreation on Red Mountain and Sand Mountain and stuff is to the south. And you have all the ATV stuff. So it's kind of trying to create a system that works between the lake and the UTV usage. But most of our state parks already have full-blown accesses to them, but there's some that don't.
And the best way to describe Rockport is and I'm pretty sure I know where it's at. It's kind of like the marina up at Bear Lake prior to the addition that we did there. You've got a little 2-lane rural road out there with no access. I'm sure that's what they're talking here. Is that,
Robert?
Yeah, I would just say, like, when we first created a list for this, we had to whittle it down quite a bit, but it's because there's a lot of recreation areas, there's a lot of national parks within our system that don't fit this state park criteria. So when you start to narrow it down to state parks, at least in Region 2, that narrowed it down the needs quite a bit.
So when this legislation was passed, again, this is one-time money this year. They did create, 1% ongoing, but the appropriation to us was one time. They did ask for examples of the types of things we would consider. And so that's when we went to the regions and they generated a list and we showed it to the sponsors that these are the types of things that would be considered. They must have thought those were, good ideas.
Carlos, I think I know the answer, but just to make sure I'm getting it, when you said the 1%, that's the earmarking of money for recreational things. And on an ongoing basis, that could be used for things like this,
It could be.
but this is your one time.
But this was a one-time appropriation to the department because, the DNR got the rest of them.
Okay.
So I don't know if any comments on.
No, same, most of the state parks do have access. It was just like Robert Stewart said that, there's a lot of needs into very popular recreational areas that weren't state parks that could have similar benefit to this.
We met with the Deer Creek State Park Manager.
That is on the list, but we could not solve that problem for this amount of money.
Much more expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the recreational portion is big. I mean, areas that people are recreating to that aren't state parks are growing.
Then, Rick, there's a new state park going in, Raptor State Park,
and
and they're planning as part of the funding they got, they're gonna be able to provide that XLP lane.
Yes, that was part of that package last year.
So
we've got some more work to do on this one, and we'll be back with a request when we get that finished up. I just wanted to show some of the initial ideas there.
Half a check mark.
Yeah, a check mark that we covered it, but we're not done.
those three are very, very good options.
Yeah.
So then the next and last legislated category is regionally important active transportation. So I'll go through some some background on this one, and then Stephanie Tomlin is gonna help talk about the list. So the intent language, it comes from two different spots. So there was 30 million appropriated for pedestrian and or paved non-motorized with a 20% match from HB3. And then this is that same 16.2 that was listed in HB 409, but then the HB3 also referenced that 16.2 and said of that, 10 million is for paved pedestrian or paved non-motorized with the same 20% match requirement. So, yeah.
I have a question.
Yep.
The non-motorized, does that include electric bikes?
Yeah,
Has that been defined yet?
Yeah, I think
Type
that-
1 and type 2 electric bikes are defined as non-motorized vehicles.
Because I've had a couple of people call me and say, these are some great projects, but only if I could use my electric assisted bike.
It's just nothing, yeah, the definition of e-bikes, it's with a throttle, that would put you into the motorized category, but the E is the pedal assist ones are the last one.
He won't be happy then because he's got a throttle.
They can go a lot faster and pick up a lot quicker.
Quick question, some of them are hybrid pedal assist and throttle, so as long as they have pedal assist, they're okay?
I don't know the answer to that.
That's the key, like,
Yeah.
if you buy one, make sure you have pedal assist.
Well, we've all got pedal assist, but you
Well,
can't bypass the pedals.
Yeah, but
In fact, I looked at one yesterday on the internet.
just make sure you have pedal assist.
Wow.
I'm sure the legislature will have something to deal with that.
Yeah.
There
think there's more work to be
was
done on
some
that.
bills,
Yeah.
I don't know of how many passed or not, but I mean, there's everything from the wattage requirements are, are up for discussion lately. So I think that it's such a new area that they're trying to hone in on what.
This will continue to get more complicated. I mean, in the past, we had a bill passed the legislature, which took us out of compliance with the federal DUI requirements.
Remember that, yeah.
That's right.
So we got some changes in federal legislation to give us more time to come back into compliance, to go back into a legislative session to fix those things. But, basically, you were able to ride an e-bike with a beer.
I'm not rock
You're
star.
not supposed to do that.
Whiskey's okay, but beer's not.
Whiskey's a type of beer, you said?
Whiskey's okay, but beer's not.
I was just on the commission, I'm real nervous about Rockstar in his right hand.
So if you total up the two, we got 30 million plus another 10, total of 40, which we mentioned this last time, and we had our ranked list for TIF active that includes both the nominated projects and the projects that are regionally important, following the methodology from last year. So our schedule is Stephanie's gonna go over some projects and where we're at with the coordination, especially with the match and everything. And then depending on how that coordination finishes out, we are possibly set up to request approval in May or June if we need to. So with that, I'm gonna have Stephanie go over just a few highlights of this.
Yeah, so this is, from the TIF Transportation Investment Fund active, right? We ranked nominated projects as well as our regionally important projects. Just a quick reminder on this, we remember last legislative session, we got 35 million, right? So we made some great headway in that regionally important list. We funded around 10 of those projects already. So we kind of imagine this of like picking up where we left off on that list and continuing down the list to fund more projects. So the highlighted colors here just indicate kind of our progress on the coordination with the community. So green kind of indicates like it's a go, or it's, at least initially in the conversations, it's looking like it will happen. You can see some that have the green project, or the project is highlighted, but then the costs are highlighted in a yellow. That's because we're still working out the exact costs, as per the conversation earlier, things are kind of in flux with the costing, so we're still just working on that and having conversations. So kind of stepping down this list, I will, the two that are red and crossed out, those are, we're at least at this time, it's looking like we're not gonna move forward with those for various reasons. So the Garden City, so this is extension of the multi-use trail up at Bear Lake. There's actually, so you can actually see the top ranked project, which is green, is also a Bear Lake project. This is one portion of the unconstructed extent, and it's not ready yet. Like, it just needs a lot more work, and it's gonna be really expensive. There's some steep grades. So the community has opted to just focus their effort, because remember, there is a match too, right? And so they've we wanna focus our match and our effort on the southern section of that trail. So that's why that one's crossed off. And then the Virgin River Trail Gap, it's looking like there were some alignment issues with that, and property owners that it looks like we'll have to figure out a different location to put that and add in.
Yeah, there's really
Yeah.
concern on this one. So.
Yeah, so again, we'll have to, forego that one right now. But as you can see, I mean, most of the projects are green, which is awesome. But you can see we still have some work to do on the exact costs for these. So we're kind of, making our way through that, so.
And the total on the TIF portion is on the far right, and I think where we're sitting right now is, we're still under the 40 million that we have by a little bit, so that's why we're trying to tighten things up as we go. So like I said, May or June, depending on the yellow. If we can turn the yellow green.
Yeah, we're optimistic.
Yeah. By next month, then we'll come back. If not, maybe come back in June.
Any questions about any of those projects?
So the blue box there is your boy Axel with the mouse movement, is that what it is? For the
Ben.
southern parts?
Ben loves.
It was late last night and I was making this is a screen clip from a spreadsheet, and that's where my cursor was. And I caught it this morning and I was like, oh, should I reclip it? And so just so everybody knows, there's no significance to where that was. It was just where my cursor
Just an
was.
example of the match.
Yeah, exactly. Highlight the match on that specific one apparently. So, yeah.
These are more and more popular for the public, so.
Check one.
Check, yeah, got it. Awesome. Okay, so we're done with item 4, legislated. So now we're gonna jump into item 5. We'll start working through this. And so first one is TIP Highway. So this is just a recap of what we started last month. So intent language from HB3 that talked about the current rank list and the dispersing projects geographically and beyond the normal programming horizon. If you did the math, there was a rough dollar amount, which there was some other things that take into consideration, but this is what was shown last month. So we did make some initial recommendations last month, but we had some good comments and questions and discussion on that one. So Andrea is going to talk a little bit about the lens that we talked about last month. Economic regions.
Can I just bow? Do I need to get on my knees? That is a thing of beauty.
Well, it's credit to you now, Commissioner. So yeah, and just as a reminder, in March, we recommended 4 projects that were the highest ranked projects that were left on the TIP highway list that was on the previous slide. The top project in each region. And Commissioner Gochner encouraged us to, in addition to looking at it from a region perspective, look at it from an economic region perspective. So we got this information. These are the 6 economic regions in Utah. And I'm just gonna, we're flying blind a little bit here, so let's see.
Did that work on the presentation? Thumbs up.
So what's showing here is all of the projects that are left on the TIF highway list, the projects that have not.
First phase.
From phase one, yep, these are all projects from phase one of the long range plan or the unified plan that have not yet been funded or identified for funding. So when.
I'm sorry, so again, these are capacity projects over $5
Over
million.
$5 million.
There's a lot of other projects, but these are.
Right. So capacity projects on state routes over $5 million per sketch. And so when we layer these projects on top of the economic regions, you know, we can see there are, oops, sorry. Seems like, sorry, it's hard to get the right extent. There are definitely projects down in the Dixie MPO area, but there aren't a lot in the rest of the state. But I think this was a great opportunity for us because it gave us the chance to really take a harder look at the rural areas. And we honestly, we struggle with getting rural projects to kind of rise to the top of the list. So I think this was a great tool for us to be able to kind of take another look at those. And so what we are proposing to add to that list of the four, again, the highest ranked projects from each of the UDOT regions is to add, there's a few passing lane projects that I think get at some of that geographic disbursement recommendation. So one is a passing lane project on US 40. And then there are two passing lane projects on US 89 down in Kane County. And to give you, I think, kind of the broader picture of geographic disbursement of projects, one layer I'm going to turn on here is these are proposed transportation solution projects. So these, you know, operate by a different set of rules, but you're going to be talking about these later today, but just to give you a sense of what we're looking at statewide. And then to add to that, recently funded TIF projects. So projects that are either, you know, under construction or set to be under construction sometime soon. So again, just to give you kind of a better idea of how those projects do distribute across the state. I do want to just take a quick minute to talk a little bit more about the economic regions and that suggestion that we got from Commissioner Gochner. I think it's really important and is going to be helpful, especially for the planning division as we kind of go forward with some of our activities. We are working right now in the rural and emerging areas, having dialogues with those areas on what their transportation priorities are. We're in the middle of our long range plan process right now. And you remember that UDOT is responsible for long-term planning for all of the rural areas. And when I say rural, I mean Wasatch County and Heber and Summit County and Park City and Tooele and Moab and Cedar City. All of those areas are still considered rural, and so they're still part of our long-range planning process. And I think this economic consideration, you know, quality of life, one of the frameworks of the quality of life is strong economy. And so we are measuring projects against strong economy. And I just think this gives us an extra lens to evaluate those projects and how those projects will affect those areas kind of within their economic region. So I think it's going to be extremely helpful for us. So I'm going to go back to I don't think my presentation.
Good question. There you go.
So the four original projects that we proposed in the March meeting, the addition of the 3 passing lane projects in the more rural parts of the state. So these are the 7 projects we're currently proposing for TIF highway funding for your approval tomorrow.
What's the fourth one down again, the SR 37, I'm just curious.
Oops,
No check mark yet.
now I got it back.
I just,
That's a region 1, I know that.
a lot of money.
Sorry, which one were you
The,
talking about?
this,
1800 north.
1800
Yeah,
north.
which main street are we talking about there?
That's Main Street that would be Sunset. So that's right off the freeway.
Right, yeah, I know
And that we're doing that interchange project right there by Hill Air Force Base. And this is the arterial that connects that piece of it out to SR 108, which is 20th West.
Yeah, 2000 West is SR 108 and Main Street is SR 126.
Right. Right. I think we did some quarter preservation issues along that way, so good.
Oh, in 1800, yeah.
No, right.
But if you look, Lou, you asked the question earlier about the cost of an interchange. I mean, so look at the Bangor Highway, and there's an existing intersection now. There is probably one of the simple Bangor interchanges, Robert,
No rivers.
for 87, no railroad, no rivers.
For context, just on the projects that's just finishing right now, when we talk about that inflation factor, those projects were about 50 million in interchange. So when we look at 87, that's all from these inflationary
Yeah.
factors.
Region 3 can really just suck up the space, can it?
Get them built now, before it gets more expensive.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the
That's not the golf course, Jim.
I just told her, I said that I have to wait till,
Yeah,
across the
wait-
golf course,
wait
I'm
until
adding
that
more
one.
to it. She just said, we're sucking up the money. I said, there's a lot more coming.
That northern Utah County, southwest Salt Lake County is where the fastest growth is taking place.
Sure is.
Remind me how many projects got knocked out because of that getting put up there? Just,
How many projects?
well, originally that Lehigh, the freeway was down the list of ways and it's coming up. I'm just wondering what are some of the ones that are maybe now not quite making the cut?
So like what's just below the line here?
Yeah.
Here, look at my chart of many colors.
Yeah, I think that the Lehigh one, if you look at it, it's like at the, I want to say 3 or.
Yeah, the issue with the Lehigh one, it was all done and cleared as part of the Mountain View Corridor project. And as part of the Mountain View Corridor project, there was required phasing for building it in the record decision. And so we're working now, we had to build the section that goes north-south, that final south piece, before we could take down this project here. So I can't remember what we called it when we talked about this last year. It was
Environmental commitments and other considerations, and then we had environmental commitments and operational analysis, operational issues, yeah.
So that would have been recommended based on its place on the list, Jim. last year.
Actually, scheduled to be that far out.
It's you too, actually, Jim.
Curious what kind of made its way down. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so
Any other questions on this project list?
we're looking for action on this tomorrow.
If we, unless there's something that we can't resolve today, or questions or anything, we would.
Any uncomfort, let us know.
We can check mark it for now.
He's giving us the go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So now we're staying in the prioritized project category. This is not the legislated stuff, but this is our, what I call quote, regular TIF active. So active transportation projects. So today is just a status update. We showed I'm hoping that Commissioner Law has her sheet for that one.
I like, oh no, this was the one I was focused
That was-
on. I
okay.
didn't bring all my charts first.
So we showed this list last time, and we had some initial highlighting on that list. So once again, I'm gonna have Stephanie help with these projects. And so same type of color coding here. These are the projects that we showed last time, and now we're working through the estimating and some status update on those, so.
Yeah, so just a quick, differentiation, right? This one has a 40% match, our regular TIF active, versus the legislated projects required a 20. So just that's why like the TIF estimate is making up 60% of the total project cost in case you're looking at it with that level of detail. So yeah, and then one other thing with these were nominated projects, right? So that's how we curate our TIF active list is nominated projects. We open it up to the local, local governments, and they can nominate projects to get funded through this funding pool. So same color coordination here, green being, all things look good, and same with if the green goes all the way across in the estimates, that's kind of the best estimate that the community has at this time. So same thing with red. The reason, so I'll point out, so the 9-line railroad crossing, so this was a Salt Lake City project, they nominated it. The reason this one is crossed off is because if you look at the project right below it, the highest priority for Salt Lake City right now is the Parley's Trail Gap and Sugar House Park. So if you're familiar, there's like a Wilmington Avenue, there's currently bike lanes, but always the intent of the Parley's Trail is to be a separated multi-use trail. So according to Salt Lake City, that is not finished yet, so to speak. So this is they basically, in conversations with Salt Lake City, they opted to switch and get that one funded instead. And then we go down the list, the Welby Jacobs Canal Trail. Unfortunately, at this time, they South Jordan, they don't have the staffing capability to kind of move this one all the way through, so they just opted.
Is that the one?
Oh, sorry. Oh, this one, yeah, sorry. This one already got funded. Thank you. Yeah, through TAB funding. Thank you. Yeah, so this one already did get funded.
So that's federal funding.
Mhm. Yep, through WFR, or no, yeah.
Was that a Region 2 TAP
I think it was
grant?
Region 2 TAB, right? Yeah. So that one's already, so that's exciting. We could just check it off the list, right? They have funding for it. So then the next one's Park City pedestrian oriented east-west promenade. This is the same thing. So you can see the project right below that. That was Park City, the Snow Creek Tunnel near the intersection of Snow Creek Drive. That is their top priority project. So in these two instances, the community's nominated multiple projects, right? So we're funding one project per municipality. So that's why in these cases we're moving down or having conversations with them and saying which one is your highest priority to fund. There's more.
2 pages.
Yeah, 2 pages. So yeah, pardon me, I misspoke. It's the Riverton project that unfortunately right now they don't have they are not in a position to kind of execute and build this project. So they asked that we take it off. And then, there's no other necessarily that I need to draw specific attention to. Again, yellow is just that we're still working through coordination. It has nothing to do necessarily with like, they're not ready yet or anything. It's a long list. We've been kind of making our way down it. So yeah, there's no action this meeting, but any questions about any of these projects or process we went through for this?
I have a question on the 10-foot wide multi-use trail from Parish to Legacy. Do we have any sense of how the environmental document that's being done right now? It's obviously going to be a pretty hard look at the entire Parish Lane interchange. How that, are we going to invest in something that might be impacted or changed?
That's all going to be we're going to have to look at that as part of Tiffany's project, the environmental study that's going on right now. And because that's one of the things we're looking at is crossings of I-15, and especially active transportation crossings of I-15. So we're going to need to get in and look at that and see if, obviously, it wouldn't be wise to spend money on it and then have it torn out a few years later.
Because we've been, for the last 20 years, we've been squeezing more and more through that Parish Lane interchange, just waiting till the time we can get it done, so.
Yeah, so hence this one being yellow. We hadn't gotten to it yet, so we'll talk more about that because I agree.
Check mark?
I appreciate the idea that you're having communities prioritize what they're looking for.
Yeah.
Rather than just throwing it all out there.
Yeah.
And get it all, but having them really focus and prioritize and figure out where they want to invest, I think is really valuable. So
I think
thanks
they'll
for
really
that.
appreciate that comment, because they've really appreciated in these conversations around like, you know, this is where your project ranks, right? This might be your highest ranked project, but is that the priority for you? And I think, you know, it's been really great conversations around, well, here's why this one's actually more critical right now. It's either, you know, it's lined up for other funding, it has just kind of doing the best for the, you know, the community with this money, I think.
Always an important question. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
So now Transit Transportation Investment Fund and the transit capital portion of that. This one, we showed this list last month. Most of the projects on this list came from what we call input list, which were phase one of the long range plan. But there were 5 projects that were nominated that came through the nomination process, which, you know, with the 40% match and the kind of to that same comment, it signals maybe more readiness or, you know, that there's more momentum behind them. So last month we showed that we were recommending all of the 5 that were nominated off of this list for funding. So now we have finalized what that looks like. So this is the project list for transit with the dollar amounts. And so this is another one where we were going forward to request approval tomorrow, unless there's any major.
You might want to mention that there'll be some folks speaking to some of these projects as well.
Yeah, we do have some other items where at least High Valley Transit is speaking on other items, but there are a couple of these items that are related to High Valley Transit. So if there's any specific questions for tomorrow's meeting, is that correct, Ivan?
Remind me what the South Transit Hub is?
It's, yeah, so Salt Lake City is, you know, kind of all of Second South is going through like a pretty major plan to have it be more transit oriented. So the hub, so you can see they nominated 2 projects for this Second South. So it would be, you know, kind of the first one, the transit priority signal, that's, you know, to set up infrastructure on the road for buses to kind of travel more seamlessly. And then the hub is, I think, I don't remember exactly what end of the street it's on, but it's a, you know, a hub that the buses will come to, and it'll be a major kind of exchange point between the different routes. And UTA, at least, you know, was involved in the study as well. So it would be in Salt Lake City and UTA.
Trying to understand where that hub is.
I know,
I know it
figure
used
out
to
where
be
that is.
where the Carl's Jr. was, which is now a high
Yeah.
rise, and so it's
Yeah,
gone
where-
somewhere, but I'm. He knew that Carl's Jr. He knew to go.
Yeah.
And then last but not least, in the transit realm, the first and last mile connection project. So these are active transportation projects that connect to a transit system. So here we're doing the same approach as the TIF AT, where today it's just a status update. This one, it's full, all the projects on this list were nominated, and we're recommending to fund all of them. And so we've got, Stephanie can speak to the same drill on this.
Yeah, same drill. So, you know, the green ones we've coordinated, looking good. We have, I think, you know, a little more work to do on this list with the costs. And then the only red crossed out one in Stansbury is because it was our understanding that this had either been constructed or is going to be constructed. So essentially they just don't need the funding anymore. But everything else we're working through and getting, you know, really positive feedback from the communities on.
If you don't get the negotiation to the point that they agree, we will move on to the next project.
Yeah, right.
These are good ones that provide some, I mean, the goal of this is to provide some of those connections to get to transit and that provide that access. So we'll be back, current schedule, we'll be back next month if we turn all the yellows green, then we'll be back for approval. all the check marks. So
We're gonna point, then you think we wanna.
we could either do maybe, I don't know what the,
It's, I
Well,
think
let's
Heather
do
was in there messing with it.
Ivan, should we do the real transit update right now, and then we can break before the item 10?
Let's do it.
Thank you, Stephen.
As Ben stated, there's High Valley Transit, which is the new transit district in Summit County, is proposed to be funded several of those new projects. The other thing that we've talked about, the commission sees about, we'll say twice a year, but it's a little snippet about our rural public transit program.
This is federal money.
This is all federal money, and I've heard it called the donut around UTA's district. So everything that's not covered by UTA gets funded or is eligible for federal funding through our rural public transit group in UDOT. So we wanted to just talk really briefly, it's pretty quick, just talking about what the programs are, the funding levels that are there, and what programs that they target. We have a fairly small team. Right now we have six team members. I'm going to claim to be a team member on this, even though I'm not listed on the slide of that. Our next one, we have 6 programs. We have a planning and studies programs. The 53 series numbers in parentheses are the federal grant numbers. So 5304 is the FTA, Federal Grant for Planning and Studies. 5310 is Specialized Transit for Seniors and Persons with Disabilities. Our fiscal year 2022 apportionment was a little under $900,000. Our 5311, this is our big formula program for fixed routes. These fixed routes include a little bit of the Cache Valley Transit District, High Valley Transit, Park City, Cedar Area Transit, and Uinta Basin Association of Governments. SunTran also is eligible for some of these. However, they are a direct recipient from federal transit as well. So we do not participate a lot of in their fixed route program. Our 5339 is the bus and bus facilities. It's a program that it's like a capital projects program. The intercity bus 5311 apportionment, right now we have 2 routes running from Blanding to Salt Lake and Vernal to Salt Lake. The goal behind these programs is to identify routes that potentially we could work and help subsidize to get those programs up and running with ridership, and then eventually step out and let a private provider continue to operate without a subsidy, and we could look at moving that funding to another area.
Did you say Blanding and Vernal?
Blanding to Salt Lake and Vernal to Salt Lake.
How is that going? The ridership and
From Blanding? Excellent.
your excellent.
Excellent.
Your personal experience. Tell us about your personal experience.
When we moved, right after we signed a contract to establish a route down to Blanding, we had our transportation commission in Moab. And so I wanted to put my money where my mouth was and ride the bus. So I showed up at the Salt Lake International Airport, which is what their pickup is. I could have went to the downtown transit hub as well, jumped on the bus and rode down to Moab. The driver dropped me off right in front of the city offices where we had our meeting. So it was great. I had a great trip. On the way down, I was able to talk to the driver and just kind of get a sense of who's riding. And it's anyone from college students to people going down to recreate down along those areas, to people running back and forth because one of them, they deviated. He's like, please don't get angry at me, but I went off 2 blocks so I could drop them directly at the hospital rather than drop them and make them walk the two extra blocks. So it really is hitting the need that we had, right? I'm like, I'll give you a high five. That's what I want to do.
Right.
Yeah.
How pricey is it?
Right now, I think from my trip from Salt Lake down to Moab was $26, something like that. It was fairly cheap trip, something like that.
What kind of frequency?
They run twice a day. They start in Blanding at 5 a.m. and run back and forth. So I think it's 5 and then again at later in the day. And I'm probably butchering this, but about 1 o'clock is when they run from Blanding. And then they pick up along the way as well.
What kind of vehicle?
They can flex their vehicles. I rode a Sprinter van, but it is Salt Lake Express, that's the provider. And they have the bus types available that on demand, they can switch between a Sprinter van to a coach or back. So their drivers qualify both places. And so it's really worked out really well. I've been pleasantly surprised with how many rider trips they've had since November.
What is the length of the trip and how many stops they make?
Oh, the length of the trip in miles, Landing to Salt Lake, I don't know.
However you get there.
Look at it.
How much time I think is.
How long it take for you?
It cost me about an extra half hour from those driving in their private vehicles. So it really wasn't a lot more time because we stopped in Spanish Fork. We stopped in Price. There was a stop in Green River that we didn't stop at. There wasn't a rider there. And then Moab, and then Landing, I believe. Just I don't know if there's a stop in between. So
Thank you.
I think, did he just challenge us to use the St. George or the Salt Lake Express out of our part of the state?
it was a good experience. I'm glad that I did it. Then our last one is our technical assistance program for about $150,000 in the year. And here is the stats, including our intercity bus since November, but our specialized transit program, which again is the seniors and persons with disabilities, 41,000 trips in fiscal year 2021. We have 32 active vehicles and 25 current providers. In the fixed route, the 5311, which includes the capital 5339 program, our total trips a little under 3.2 million trips, 62 active vehicles and five providers. Intercity bus since November, they've had just shy of 1,400 riders and 2 active routes that we talked about, and then the one provider, Salt Lake Express, running both of those 2 routes. A quick overview of the calendar that the Rural Public Transit team uses. In October and November, they open up through December, they open up a call for applications. Unlike our federal highways, where our funding is fairly fixed at the beginning of fiscal year, our federal transit fluctuates a little bit because of the formula that's used. So we do a call for projects, but the annual apportionment for the fiscal year funds does not arrive until somewhere between February and March, which then we reevaluate how much money was received, look for gaps, areas that we can help provide support to our providers, and address that funds that we have available. In January and February, we review the applications for that year. In March, we have a provider coordination meeting where we bring the providers together and review the applications, what was received, as well as what our proposed portion, or where our proposed awards are. And then in April, we begin the program the program of projects, that's the federal term, the program of projects is prepared. In May, and this is why the commission, it's a little bit smaller of a program that comes to the commission. Only the capital portion of the program comes before the commission that's proposed. If it's operating expense or administration expense that we're using to support the providers, that does not come through the commission. So if we can help provide for salaries, driver costs, things like that, then it's not a capital expense. In June, the commission reviews to post for public comment. Then in public comments open with the STIP. August, it comes back for the comment response, and then in September we submit submit to Federal Highways and Federal Transit for review. At the same time, we open a letter of intent with our providers for the next year and start it all over. I think that was it. So Ben pulled up my travel costs that I submitted for reimbursement from Moab. Thank you, Ben. It was 60, this is how responsive we can be. Ben can be. My trip was not 25, it was $66. That was what my cost was.
You did one way around trip.
One way. I'm still gonna say fairly economical.
Price of fuel, the price of everything else.
Well, and I sat there on my computer typing away and chatting with the driver to see how things were going. And I wasn't driving, so I was okay with it.
Did you order the steak rather than burrito for lunch? Is that what it was?
I stopped in Price and I don't remember what I had. Probably a Reuben sandwich. I'd probably say something like that.
So does that driver drive from Landing to Salt Lake and then turn around and go back?
So within the Salt Lake Express group that they coordinate with, because it takes the driver that it's too long of a route for one driver. In Spanish Fork, we switched drivers and I picked up with the driver from Spanish Fork. I got off in Moab, that driver continued to Blanding. And then the driver that dropped me in Spanish Fork turned around and ran another route.
Yeah, I was wondering how they stayed.
Yeah, they have to stay within hours of service.
I figured they did, but I didn't know how one driver could live in Blanding, drive up and back.
They know, they drop in Spanish Fork. They have a place that they use.
Switch.
Yeah.
How many applications you get usually to process between January and February?
Because on the 5311 and 5339, which are our big programs with more money in them, there's only 5 providers that are eligible. So there's not many, but of those, they'll submit multiple times for, a bus replacement, a facility enhancement, as well as their operating and administration. So each provider can put in multiple applications. In the 5310, which is more targeted towards individuals, the seniors and persons with disabilities, that could be anywhere from 30 to 60 applications that come in. It's much more open. The 5310 program is an overlap with UTA. It's something we have in common. They are also eligible to receive 5310 funds. So we do kind of share best practices, thoughts, ideas between in the rural areas as well as the urban areas, try to make sure that we're doing as good a coordination as we can for our transit providers, our transit users.
Thank you.
So do we have any programming items coming up in this area?
We do. Tomorrow there are two rural public transit funded projects, one in Park City and one for High Valley Transit. So a bus facility, a bus stop facility for Park City Transit, and a High Valley Transit is looking for a new, because they're a new district. Right now they're operating under a tent. It's a nice tent. It's tent, one of the big weatherproof tents. And they're looking to fund a maintenance, operations, and administration building complex. And that will be brought before the commission tomorrow.
Does that cover Camas and Colville, or where does that one?
Can I jump to, and show you a route map real quick.
He's familiar with this, so he can move fast.
Faster than I am.
We got archived materials.
We'll eventually get there.
So this is the Park City action for tomorrow. They're improving a couple of bus stop locations. and the High Valley. In High Valley here, they have two different service types for High Valley Transit. One is they call it a micro transit, but it's an on-demand service where you call for a ride. You may or may not end up sharing a vehicle with others that are calling in the same areas. So this is the popular destinations for and the service area. Really didn't zoom in very much.
It's on the west side.
Right.
Thank you.
So tomorrow, Caroline Rodriguez, the High Valley Executive Director, when we get to this point in the commission, she'd like to take a minute just to introduce, rather than the public comment where it's, we didn't want to do a presentation there. She has a couple of slides just to walk through and talk about her program. So this is the micro transit, and then below it, let me zoom out. Here is the fixed route portion of High Valley Transit and the interaction points with Park City Transit.
Questions?
Check mark.
Check box.
Thank you, Ivan. Good. So we are at the top of the hour. We're gonna go offline from YouTube during lunch. I'm gonna see if you guys throw anything at me right now. Would half an hour be enough? Okay, so let's reconvene at 12:35. And we'll start up with item 10 on our agenda. Heather, give us direction.
So just buffet style inside, the drinks are in the fridge.
Okay, help yourself.
Keeping it easy.
Wondering about barrels on the road, here's our construction. Projects that are coming could be there in design. We can filter across the top region, each of the regions. And as I warned, I'm gonna come back to proposed. I'm gonna sort to the bottom, so our statewide project comes forward. We have one statewide transportation solutions project that we would like to propose. This one will also, we're presenting it here on the STIP app, and there will be a commission action tomorrow for the US 191 realignment north of Vernal. So again, clicking on the program overview here, showing what the proposed project will do instead of taking the switchbacks that we saw when we were in Vernal and realigning the project to this proposed route here. The environmental has already been funded at $2 million. And then the estimated design and construction at 20.7 with a total need of 20.7 from the transportation solutions.
Remember, there's an in-kind match.
The in-kind match here, Simplot phosphate contribution, 19.8 million.
Amazing.
With the price of diesel, that's probably low.
They basically gave a scope that they were gonna do. Not the dollar.
So with that,
Run to Region 1.
you can.
I just tried.
Yeah, I think there's a cookie back there. Yeah, there is. Okay,
That's because we have a car and you cannot run people live.
Okay, so we actually really appreciate the TSP program. It allows us to do some things that in the past we weren't quite able to do, to take care of some of the assets that really didn't fit into the normal program. This year, we were asked to program $20 million worth of projects. Region 1 is bringing forward 13 projects. So there's actually 2 pages of projects on here. And then we were asked to just kind of highlight 2 of them. Most of our projects we've tried to keep in under the $2 million range. The idea is try to spread that money out. Within this list of projects, we are partnering with the Division of Natural Resources. We're partnering with the Division of Wildlife Resources and others on different projects. The ones I'm going to highlight, though, is the first one is I wanted to highlight this one as the Snow Basin Slide Repair. The reason I'm picking this one is because the TOC is here this week, and they are actually going to take a visit up to Snow Basin and see the importance of this one. This is on SR 226. This is the road from Trappers Loop that goes into the Snow Basin ski resort. In 21, we noticed that a slide was developing down the west side of the road. We had the shoulder was heaving up about 18 inches. We came in and we built an access road, and we did some slide monitoring. And from that slide monitoring, we've determined what the project needs to be to take care of this slide. We've actually spent quite a bit of money in and around this area just maintaining the road. And so this project will allow us to come in and fix that slide and repair the damage that has occurred there at the road. So that's the first one I was going to show. And the next one is our largest project on the list. Sorry, something didn't play right. Thank you. I just scrolled down too far. Perfect. Okay, and the next one is it's on SR 158. It's for $8 million. It's a runaway truck ramp. A few years back, we did a study of different areas where we could look at putting runaway truck ramps. We looked at 89 up near Bear Lake, and the other spot we did a concept report and study on was on 158. We've actually installed the mechanical dragnet system up near Bear Lake now, and we're seeing it in use, and actually was used within about a week of being installed. We have identified this area up on 158. The grades on that road reach up to about 16% in some spots. We've had a number of accidents. We've actually had a number of fatalities on this road. One of the latest one was a cement truck driver. He was the clean out truck, and they did not need his concrete. And so he came back, not all the way full, but partially full, and lost his brakes here and ended up rolling over. We've been looking and trying to identify funding for this project for quite some time. So we're actually really excited to bring this forward. Along with this project, we're going to look at, depending on how our money plays, we'd like to flatten a couple of the curves, and then if we can, put a brake check area in before you get to the steep grades. So those are the two projects that I wanted to present. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah.
On the flow basin project, the slide project, how and when you noticed the slide? Somebody reported it was based on inspection?
Yeah, inspection and then the heaving of the road. So in the summer, the road started to heave, and went out there and looked at it.
Know what you're talking about when you say that is the slide is pushing down the road.
Kind of like what happened on Highway 40. Good part of Hebron.
91 Adam Price.
Yeah.
So when that road started to heave, when they went up there to maintain it, you could look up on the hillside and you can see it starting to separate and pull apart. So that's kind of, then with that, identify that, we ended up putting an access road up there to put some slide monitors in there. So I tried to identify how deep the plane was, where it was occurring, what it take to fix this. So with that information from last year is why we were able to put this project together.
Thank you.
It's not as big as Kennecott.
No. No.
All right, I'm Brad Palmer. I'm the program manager for Region 2, and I didn't get the time memo, so I'm not very much today.
You can borrow his.
Okay, so in Region 2, like Brett mentioned, we were allocated $20 million to program this year. And we go through a pretty extensive process in Region 2 to select our projects. We have a programming group at the region that consists of representatives from our different groups of maintenance, traffic and safety. We invite structures from the complex over, and our design group is there. And we invite each of these different groups to present certain projects that are a priority to them. And then as a group, we work together to go through a ranking system to determine which ones have the greatest need in the region. And so we start that process in June timeframe. We work through it all the way through February every year. This is the list that we came up with this year. We ended up with 11 projects. And if you look at the different types of projects, we feel like we get a pretty good breadth throughout the different divisions of our region. We've got maintenance, we've got Avalanche, we've got roadway, we've got ITS, structures got a great project. In fact, their project that they submitted was our #1 ranking this year. But two of the projects I wanted to highlight, let's see if I can find, it's on page 2. There it is. First one here, we hear a lot in the news this past year that there's been quite a bit of wrong way driving in the Salt Lake area. And so working with our central traffic and safety group, they've been doing a lot of analysis on this, and it's very sporadic. There's no consistency to where this is happening. It just happens randomly throughout the region. And so the way we wanted to approach this project is central traffic and safety has a database where they've looked at every single interchange where we've got these off ramps that could potentially be used for wrong way situations. And what we want to do is take a look at every single one of those, make sure that they meet our current standards for signing, for striping. If there's anything that we can do there that's not up to standard, we want to bring that up to standard. Since it happens randomly, there's really no good way for us to target this for individual accidents, but we can look at the ramps themselves and just make sure that we've done everything we can to prevent anybody getting on those ramps the wrong direction. And so we're gonna propose this project at $800,000. What we're being told from our central group is it would be about $15,000 per ramp to make these upgrades if they don't meet standards. We feel like we can get quite a ways with this $800,000. I did just a quick rough calculation and it would be about 50 ramps we could touch with this money. So that's what we'll be looking at with this project. The second one I wanted to highlight.
Chad, can you go back, please?
Oh, you bet.
So the pavement marking is going to, so you've got that big arrow and it's going to help them not go that way?
Yeah, so this is a directional arrow. So a lot of times when you go into a turn lane, you'll see the arrows pointing you, this is a left turn or a right turn. This is a big arrow that just points the direction of straight traffic.
So if you're going the wrong way, it's pointing right at you saying you are stupid.
Exactly.
So Donna, what?
Sorry, I shouldn't have.
I think, yeah,
I
we
don't
have-
mean to be, I forget
we
where I'm.
haven't said it, but most of these instances are under the influence. And folks that are, and this is, you know, we have to generalize a little, because nothing's absolute in this, but most of the people that are under the influence, I guess when they drive, they focus down and right in front of them. You know, so the signing isn't as potentially effective as this might be.
And it's telling them that they're going, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for mentioning that. I actually meant to say that. I'm just a little nervous.
Is this problem happening in other
Don't be
places?
I'm
Is
sorry?
this problem happening in other places? And is this a solution that other states have been using then?
We talk with all the other states. I mean, there's a couple other things that Lisa's looking at. And there's a task force put together between public safety and ourselves. It's frustrating for us. The randomness is hard for us to address. It doesn't make sense to drive under the influence, and so I think that adds to our frustration. But they're putting people in incredible danger.
Yeah.
You know, we have some interchanges where we have infrared cameras to try to detect wrong way driving. And it goes back to our traffic operations center. We get a lot of false positives on those. So we have to verify with our other cameras whether or not it isn't a real wrong way driver. And this is happening. You have to think about how fast this has to happen.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we've got public safety and the TOC with us. You know, we work with them to try to get an officer out there. But we're working hard to try to find them. We've had all kinds of letters of different kinds of thoughts, like tire rippers.
Yeah, I would offer that there's short-term solutions, middle-term solutions, and long-term. I think we're studying some of those long-term solutions. This is something we can do right now, though, right? This is easy to go out there and paint these, and if they can be effective, great, right? Low cost, effective solution. That's what we're looking at doing right now.
Thanks for taking that extra minute.
So as the next step, a sign pops up and says wrong way, Jack Daniels.
And says, don't be stupid.
Don't I have a lanyard that says that?
All right, the second project I just wanted to highlight came from our pavement group at Region 2. This one, we've got a pretty good pavement program that we run through, and Ivan's gonna talk about that in a minute, but every so often, we get a section of road that just, for whatever reason, starts to have some problems. And 114 South here in Salt Lake has experienced 3 locations where the concrete has started to settle. We're not exactly sure what's causing each location. We won't know that until we actually pull the concrete up. But we've got locations at State Street, between State Street and I-15. the intersection of Redwood Road, and then the intersection of 2200 West. And all of them look very similar to this picture where it's just kind of settled, it's buckled, it's cracked, it's starting to fall apart. This one might be due to the drain box, maybe the, you know, the pipe under here is leaking or something. We're just not sure. And so this money, I just can't express enough how appreciative we are that we have this money available from you, because it allows us to get in when we're not doing a normal paving project and take care of situations like this very easily. So this, oh yes.
What a great photograph, right? Because for the cyclist, this is life or death kind of thing. I cycle a lot, and the scariest thing is not so much other drivers, even though that's scary. It's hitting things that would, or avoiding things that would do that. So that's a great photo for this.
Thank you.
Given that there's a bike lane.
So for about 1.5 million, we can get these 3 locations taken care of outside of our normal paving maintenance. And those are the 2 that I had to present. Does anyone
If there was anything else on that list that you saw, have questions on, I'm sure Brad would love to.
I wish Commissioner Kramer was here, would have loved to see the I-15 southbound overhead sign.
I was actually
give you the gold medal for that.
I was going to highlight that, and then I saw him walk out, so skipped it.
What about the avalanche mitigation on 210?
Yeah, this is a good one. Let me pull that one open. We've heard a lot about the avalanche mitigation that we've been working up Little Cottonwood Canyon for a number of years. We had the commission meeting up there a couple of years ago. We looked at the howitzer and all that. This project that we're looking at would get rid of that howitzer. So we're not shooting over live occupied buildings anymore. So for this particular one is at Mount Superior, they shoot across the trigger avalanches on Mount Superior, and they shoot across, I'm trying to remember what the report said. I want to say it was around 4 or 5 buildings that those live rounds go over. So there's an effort that we're working with the ski resorts up there in partnership to remove the howitzers so we're not shooting over.
So we operate under the U.S. Army. And while you see that's an Alta Ski Patrol person, while they're shooting as UDOT employees, so they're clocked in as UDOT employees. That's all right, you know, insurance issues. But the U.S. Army has been very motivational with us in getting rid of overhead fire, shooting over buildings and people. They don't think that's a great idea.
So how do we trigger instead?
That's exactly what this is doing.
If you look at this picture on the right, I wish I had a better picture because this is kind of camouflaged against the mountains, but it's called a RAC system, a remote avalanche control system. And
RAC is a generic term. We've got 3 different tools of that we'll put up in the sliding zones. This is a GasX. So there's basically propane tanks up there that we have to recharge, and the guys can set off a charge. Because an air charge above the snow is the best way to motivate the snow to come down. They're doing that with laptops in their trucks. So it's a very effective way to do it. It eliminates the overhead fire. And we've been installing these for, I don't know, probably 10 years now was the first one we put in, the GasX. We did some Mobile X's. They look like cool little spaceships. We could put a very small piece of infrastructure in the slide zone, and then we'll helicopter that in and out, but they have not as big a bang. The other tool that we're using now more is, and I'll get the way to say it wrong, Vegans, it's a tower. And it basically will swing a charge out, a very powerful charge out. That's what we're installing now mostly. But these remote avalanche control systems are really those 3 different tools.
Good question. Do you still have that? I don't know for sure, but a howitzer that is it Sundance?
Yes. Yes, we do.
So if you got rid of this one, you'd still have one more?
We have some in some other locations, and there is.
You have a little.
There are going to be some. There are going to be sometimes when we're gonna have to have, we will not completely eliminate it. We'll eliminate almost all the time, the most amount of charges that we have to send up there. But we're gonna need some flexibility.
Just as a layman, it strikes, when you see that, it seems so old fashioned. The howitzer one.
Well, that's Korean era.
I know, and it's,
I'm hoping we're sending a more modern howitzer to Ukraine right now. I don't know. I saw in the news, we're sending like 75 howitzers there.
yeah, this looks like the future, for sure, on the right.
Oh. Yeah, it is very old fashioned. Avalanche control like this was pioneered in Little Covington. This is where really the state of the art of the entire world had started. In Little Covington.
It's very cool and continues.
Okay. Any other questions on any of the Region 2 projects?
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Matt delegated it to you, bro?
I'm not Matt Parker. He sends his regards. I need to give Matt some kudos. He's done a lot of work recently to increase the complexity, no, not the complexity. We do a lot better job of prioritizing our projects. We involve representatives from all the different groups, similar to what Brad was saying. And we've got a comprehensive list from all of those folks of the needs, and we're able to evaluate those against data. And he's implemented that system. And so I feel really good presenting this list and saying that it's the priorities in Region 3. So we've got 12 projects that we are proposing this year. And we're very appreciative of the increased dollar amount. It's really going to go a long way to improving some of the needs in our region. I'm going to highlight a couple of projects that have that I think provide particular utility. Kind of like what you were saying, Commissioner Law, that thank goodness we have this money, because otherwise how would we do these type of projects? The first one is on SR 132. Let's see. It seems to be organized slightly different. So SR 132 heads east and south out of Nephi and down into Region 4. This is an area that is serving some growing populations, and it's a rural 2-lane road that is experiencing growing pains. And Rick has been dealing with issues on this road down in Region 4. And maybe 3 or 4 years ago, we did that study to identify the needs on the road and prioritize those projects that would make the most impact. And that was developed in concert with the community. Rick in Region 4 recently constructed priorities 1 and 2 on that list. And this would be priority number 3 on that corridor plan that would widen the shoulders just as you leave Nephi and head into the canyon. This would also, in addition to widening the shoulders, it would extend culverts, allow us to do some slope flattening, remove guardrail in some locations where the slope could be flattened, and really help traffic move more efficiently through that area. The implications of the projects on that study, as we talk to the community, is businesses are evaluating where they locate. They evaluate the access and what the roads are like to get there. And these issues are helping to allay their concerns and improve the transportation to and from those areas. So.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
You, in the description, it says by providing additional recovery area for drivers. What do we mean by that?
So The most common crash that we see in the rural areas are, we call them run off the road crashes, but it's either distracted or fatigue driving. And so when you leave the road, you have an area that you either recover from or you're leaving the road and not getting back on.
Great, thank
So,
you.
yeah.
Thank you. This is the backside of Nebo, right?
Yes.
Yes.
As you go towards Monroe, yeah.
Going to Monroe. It's pretty narrow.
We've got a series of projects identified to widen shoulders, to build turn lanes, and Rick, you just finished 2 projects, I believe.
Well, we're in design, we're advertising this summer, go construction next spring, 2 passing lanes up on the flats. when
You're
go
up farther, so the region boundaries where, Rick?
Probably right, just shortly after you break that Y, it's a few more miles down, that's where the region boundary breaks.
The other project that I wanted to share with you is this Provo Canyon walls. So this project, the walls in Provo Canyon were constructed, quite a few years ago. Was that early 2000s?
This is in the 90s.
The 90s. Okay.
Completed in 2006.
Complete.
Because your comment as we cut the ribbon was, we are out of the canyon.
Thank God. I almost died in that canyon.
So you don't see it from the road, but there are a lot of walls on that project. And especially on the riverside, and those walls are starting to deteriorate. They're built with a grid system that attaches to the wall face, and in some cases, the walls are deteriorating, the grid is detaching from the face, and it's just causing problems. We have a handle on it. We know where the problem areas are, and we're attacking it in phases. Phase 1, funded through Transportation Solutions, was built in 2020, and this will be the next phase of that. Obvious implication of not doing these projects is, potentially impacting the roadway with some kind of catastrophic event that we don't want that to happen. So, this wouldn't be possible without a funding solution like this. So,
Rob, is this an ASR problem?
say it again.
Is this an applied silica problem?
I would imagine so.
This is those precast blocks, right?
Yeah, because the blocks are deteriorating, and I don't think. I don't know chemically what's happening, but it's happening in a number of places. So I would imagine that would explain it.
I was told the other night that there's 22 to 25,000 cars a day.
It's a critical connection. A lot of folks travel between the Provo-Orem area and Heber. Park City, so it's an important connection. There's regional trucking that comes down through Daniels Canyon and comes into the Provo-Orem area. This is a busy place where actually there's enough development pressure and recreation happening that we're starting to have signal warrants triggered at some of the intersections, which we're very nervous about how to treat those areas and whether a signal is appropriate in the canyon. But it just gives you an idea that the level of traffic growth and some of the challenges that we're facing in the canyon.
I'm assuming that's probably coming out of Sundance.
That's one of the locations. The other one is there at where the train ends and the tubing.
Vivian Park.
Yeah, Vivian Park. Yep. Questions about?
Scan that list. Any questions on any of them?
I just wanted to add something to what Rob said about the planning process. So my voice doesn't let me talk a little bit. Rob and Matt invited me to go to their planning staff meeting. Other planners, and I just watched, they walked through the process. It helped me understand a lot better what we get here. So I'd encourage you probably all done that, but I have, and it was really helpful to go through the process and learn how that works. So I appreciate you guys letting me come.
Okay.
right, Region 4. We don't have any howitzer projects, unfortunately.
You're lucky.
We are lucky, so we get to focus ours a little bit tighter than howitzers, so. The nice thing we do have is we have lots of parks, state parks and recreation areas, which drives a lot of what we do. This is our list. I think there's about 10 projects on here for our TS funds. And again, I echo what Brett said. It really gives us a lot of versatility and ways to use the money to better help our transportation system in the state. I get to highlight a couple, but you can stop me anytime. If you see something on this list, tell me. I was gonna highlight first this Mill Canyon Klondike Bluffs South Passing Lane. Now, Region 4 is huge, and that doesn't tell you anything about location. 191 goes from one end of the state to the other, right? I'm gonna show you a little trick that hasn't been shown yet. If you click on the name, we'll bring up this map, which at first glance doesn't say anything, but you can zoom out. You can see exactly where it's at. So this is, here's Arches National Park, Moab. This passing lane is just north of that new state park, the Raptor State Park. Passing lane, and we were out there in November, the commission, and I'm sure you saw the traffic issues. So this is what we have in Region 4. We have these really rural highways that are being used really heavily. I think 2019 data suggests 9,000 cars a day on this road. And a lot of that is truck traffic or recreational vehicles with trailers. So this passing lane, what it will provide is we have a lot of that slow vehicle traffic heading towards Moab. It'll provide a lot of passing opportunities for the other traffic to get around and reduce a lot of that congestion. So back to this, I can bring up our one pager, which I got to put in some cool pictures. I'm going to put some red rocks in here just to compete against Brad next time. But the project is, just over $3 million, and will extend. There's two structures, between two structures, and just south of the airport there in Moab.
So that's Blue Hills Road there, just below the airport. So you're just south of the airport of Blue Hills.
Just south of Blue Hills, yeah. I noticed on Brett's, you guys were doing wildlife fencing. This is a great place. Our TS funds, we try to knock out some of these wildlife fencings. We have still sections on I-15 that are still open. And we're gonna hit one of those projects this year with $2.2 million. That's a big project just south of Fillmore. The other project I wanted to highlight is this parapet repair. We have parapets that are degrading all over the state. We have two projects in this TS program this year addressing parapets. Parapets are the barrier piece of the bridge. And this last year I think we had more than one accident. Two semis. Right there at the summit. So this is the parapet repair at the summit location and the Para 1 location. The summit location, the parapet is shorter. It has a metal rail on top, so it doesn't meet our current standards. We have a taller parapet, a little bit stronger, and it was exploited by that truck, and the truck went over the parapet. Fortunately, I don't think there was any fatalities with that. So this project would address repairing those, bringing them up to standard, which means we have to demo the old ones, take them off, put the forms and everything else on, and re-pour new ones. It's quite a process to get those parapets on. We just completed a project similar to this up by Beaver. And the other location will be on State Route 31, where it's more of a mountainous area. And then maybe in the future, we have another project planned on I-70 for some parapets. So mine was really quick. I didn't want to be as long as Brad.
Well, let me help you with that.
You know they're on the clock.
Can we just number the first one, the beam replacement?
Yes.
Phase 2? Can we?
Yeah, let's click on that one. The I-70 box being phase 2. We funded this project. We had a cooler picture in our one pager for the commission meeting, but up Salina Canyon, we have this really interesting box beam system. It's like, you've seen cable barrier. It's like cable barrier, but instead of having a cable, you have this steel, I'm gonna say beam on top of it. It's not used anywhere in the state from my understanding. The pieces are dated, meaning hard to get. And the other problem with it is it's hard to fix. And when it gets hit, it has to be fixed. So we have our maintenance guys sitting in the middle of the southbound, northbound lanes, fixing this at risk of being hit by the traffic. So this project, it's phase 2 of 4. We funded the first phase. It's actually going to be advertised really soon. And the point of this project is to take all that old barrier out that requires lots of maintenance and put in concrete barrier that requires little to no maintenance. And it's really safe. It's a good substitute for what this is providing. Now, this did provide a lot of, how old is this, Rick? So Rick could probably tell us how old this is.
Freeway was built in the probably early 80s, probably right after you did the stuff out across the desert.
So it's probably time for an upgrade. Plus, it's going to be a lot safer for our maintenance guys to get in and make a minor repair if they have to. Probably very little repairs.
So you'll see a picture of this tomorrow. So we have an item to adjust phase 1 tomorrow. We have a picture of that box beam, what it looks like in the fact sheet tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna be more picturesque like these other regions.
Maybe mention on that though, but when you make that type of change, it does have an effect on other parts of how the roadway functions. Maybe mention.
Yes.
Drainage problem. Yep.
That's exactly right. So drainage is a big thing. So with like a cable barrier system, that water can just free flow through it. With the concrete barrier system, it doesn't free flow, as well as if you put we call them scuppers, basically some slots in the barrier to let it flow through. This is in a canyon, and it's in a cold canyon. You see a lot of storms there. Those scuppers freeze up. So we're having to put in a pretty decent size storm drain system to get that water in and out of there, so it's not putting black ice on our interstate. And that is what we actually are going to the commission tomorrow for, is we want to add money to the current phase to improve the drainage system so we can make that happen with that barrier. We'll scroll through this.
I won't ask any more questions.
It's all right.
Kate talked about we're not funding the full 20 and the reason why.
Yeah, no, you saw on the previous slide, excuse me, Ivan's slide about the 122 million that's going to transportation solutions. Each region's getting about $20 million. We are only programming 16.1 million. And the reason for that is we have an emergency project, Crandall Canyon. You've probably seen parts of it in a previous commission meeting. We aren't sure that that cost that we had, and we didn't really know the cost then, we pointed that out to the commission. We're afraid that cost is going to come in a lot higher. So we reserved a little bit of that money for our later commission, probably in May. You're going to see a Crandall Canyon.
Do the commissioners remember the discussion around the canyon?
Remind me where it is, sorry.
US 6.
Okay, thank you.
US 6, and just to remind everybody, there was a burn there, a forest fire. And because of that, as we've had some runoff and things, it's really damaged the culvert downstream that crosses US 6. And so bad though that those are just little 10-year storms that we've seen, but we're regularly getting 100-year storms. If we get a 100-year storm, we could wash out that US 6 section. So it's a really high need right now, and that's why we pulled that money back.
One thing you said threw me off. It was that every region got 20 million of a certain set of funding.
Mm-hmm.
When does that ever make sense?
You mean to make it even per region?
Yes.
Oh, Natalie, you're singing my song.
It's common, but I'm just.
This
like,
may not be
when-
my discussion.
Why do we do that?
It's a good question. I think at one point, and maybe I'm not facilitating this, but you want to answer?
I was interested. To
One time.
No pressure.
I think in the past, at one time, we did divvy it depending on the region's needs and priorities.
Holy cow, like that would be revolutionary.
But there was something that changed, and I don't know the answer to that.
Salt Lake County started spending the $500 million.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that all the money would go to Salt Lake County.
But no, there's also a region 4 argument. There's also a region 4 argument because of the size, right?
Yes,
But my point is, that's not to, bring it all to Salt Lake County. It's just like, when is even the right optimized number?
That's
I
why.
understand that it doesn't have to be all based on need, but to have these 4 regions that don't have any sense to how they're developed and to allocate them evenly seems to me to be not a great solution.
Well, we've had all kinds of interesting discussions about allocating it based on VMT, vehicle miles traveled, Robert, or road miles. Rick. And then we, basically you have region 1 and 3 with really no tools available. So if you have this is really, the commission can make this
I have a
choice.
suggestion here. I mean, I think that human judgment is a powerful thing, much more powerful than a formula.
Yeah.
And if I were trying to wave a wand, I would have a formula as the starting point that considered things like VMT and population and safety and a whole bunch of different things. And then I would deploy judgment on top of that and use the good thinking of these commissioners to help do that.
Is it fair to say that like the statewide TSP, what that helps to do? We allocate an even amount across each regions, and then at a higher level, we hold additional funds back for where extra needs happen throughout the state.
I mean, we can allocate $100 million per region, and they would still have a big, long list of unmet needs.
So that was gonna be a question I have, because I remember didn't you say that you had 144 projects?
$144 million project.
So, and it would be reasonable to think all of the other regions have a similar wish needs list?
I mean, so, realize what we're doing is we're allocating pavement dollars based on need, based on good roads cost less. We're allocating our bridge money based on needs. We're allocating our safety money based on a very prescribed formula benefit cost ratio. We're basing all the TIF decisions based on a formula, statute, and need. This was a tool that was given to the regions originally, and it hasn't been around too long. That's why you see them always being so grateful. This was the tool given to the regions to give them a little bit of flexibility to meet those things that are always pressing on them, and let them have the ability to make those decisions. Obviously, they don't make the decisions, they make the recommendations. That was kind of the history behind
Some of
that.
the best money we spend.
I would bring, just throw this
Yeah,
out as.
and I'd say it's good money, but it's not.
Well, I mean, the fact that they get a chance to say, oh, but we can fix this now, and we can fix this now, we can fix this now.
I would argue the pavement money,
Yeah, no,
because that's our most $24 billion asset value. That's our most important asset, then bridge. Those are probably the most important dollars we spend.
good point.
I think this is a great discussion, and I'm glad that we're having it, but I'm also want to maybe take this group, and let's go back and funding education. We give everybody, every student gets so many dollars. And that works out, it's fair, everybody gets it. But when you have a Daggett County School District that has 140 students, and we give them $10 a head, you can't do anything with $1,400. So we have to have enough money in these individual regions to do some of these projects, or we might as well not do it at all.
This is the most they've ever had.
But you know what I would do there is I would figure out in my formula, how do I adjust for that? The thing I don't think is a number divided by 4 is the bluntest, most, unscientific way to do it. And there's gotta be a better way.
I don't know any way we'd come up with a formula. I mean, unless you say the allocation is based on road miles, crashes. I mean, we could come up with a formula, well, whether or not it would get us to better projects or not, don't think so.
Yeah, Carlos, what I was saying though is formula that then staff make recommendations and then commission applies judgment. And we're kind of doing a formula. We're taking a number and dividing it by 4.
Well, I tried to, within the region, when I first came in as program manager, create a formula for projects, because we have all these projects that are recommended by district engineers. I was that overzealous guy, and I was going to be like, I'm going to figure this out. That's I can just give this to Rick and Monty and have a list, 1 through 10, we go. What I found was very difficult. The projects, I have cattle guards, I have signs, I have structures, and I couldn't get apples to apples on them. And that adds into the difficulty of how much and where they should go, because it's not even lane miles, which we would argue as Region 4 that we should get all the money. But that adds the difficulty of trying, the TS funds are so diverse and how we can use them. Howitzers down to signs, down to passing lanes.
What if you didn't divide by 4, but you just did, staff analysis and recommendations where you have to deal with apples and oranges, but you're maximizing, our human involvement in it. The thing I find objectionable is the arbitrary divide by 4. Nagi, are you with me?
I wasn't the part of the original discussion. Part of my idea was just have some kind of petty cash for the regions to have some kind of money in their pocket.
That's what this stuff is.
So that you don't have to come back every time to the commission, oh, I need this emergency, I need to do it, but I cannot wait until 6 months from now. That was the whole idea. But we did have a major discussion about from the regional directors, the staff, engineers, how we do it equitably. That project of dividing by 4, make it all equal. But if there's some needs in the region 4 or 3, 1, they could still come before commission, ask for more money. So we did discuss a lot of ways, and this has become the most profitable, equitable, most sensible way. I don't know.
There's always ways to improve.
I think it really penalizes Region 2 and Region 4. Because Region 2 and Region 4 have the most massive things they have to do. And to me, we're not serving the state need as we should, because we've got to figure out a way to direct the money to where there's greatest need.
And I think if you just look at transportation solutions in isolation, I could almost agree with that. But when you look at the program in its totality, I would not agree that Region 2 or Region 4 are disadvantaged. Because when you look at the needs from a pavement position, a bridge position, a capacity issue, or a safety issue, those monies are allocated on need.
Yeah.
This allows the region to work within what's important to them. So.
And they have accomplished a lot of major projects because of this money.
But I'm open, if the commission thinks that we should have a different way of distributing that money to the regions. I mean, I would argue not to try to apply a formula to these types of projects, to have the projects stack up against each other, because there's no way you can stack these projects against each other. But if you felt that, some combination of lane miles versus vehicle miles traveled, maybe safety data, maybe age of infrastructure, maybe
Military installation.
no, I mean, the list goes on.
This is great money. that they have.
So how would we, if we thought that it was worth that exercise, when would that come up in a commission meeting? What would we do? Because I would be really happy
Well,
to recommend something.
we would facilitate a discussion like this in probably a staff update type of meeting. If you wanted to have that as an agenda item and you wanted to bring forward ideas, we could do it in that. And we would want to do that here, before the end of this calendar year, because, the regions are already thinking about what they're going to put forward next year.
I mean, what I would suggest is the point's been made. Let UDOT professional staff think about what are the options for the commission to consider for the next round? And bring us
For
those
the
options.
distribution of the money, not trying to stack projects against
Right,
each other.
just trying to figure out, because I get it that it's so valuable to have just some money for special needs. And again, I just think there's gotta be a way to do that would optimize it more than the current way.
Part of these projects, these needs are coming from the fact that we were really disciplined on taking care of pavements and bridges for years. And so when pavement jobs were being done, we were strict about what was allowable type of work within those projects. It allowed us to get to a point where our pavement conditions are in a better condition and it has a lower overall cost of ownership. So from a infrastructure condition perspective, it's allowed us to do that, but it's left a lot of little things hanging that we didn't have a way of getting to. And that's what we're trying to do here. So we'll take that, Natalie, and we will think through.
Just in the
If
by and
we-
by, I heard him say we take, every region gets 20 million. I'm like, what? Where did that?
I knew you'd love that. But no, well, let us think about it and figure out, how we can provide a logical way, a recommendation for a logical way to distribute that money.
And it wasn't 20 million to start with, Natalie, it was just meager money to start with,
Yeah.
way back.
I think one thing I caution you to use, your staff is limited. And the legislature has stretched you further than you've ever been. It's kind of like, are you gonna create some fancy formula to increase, I'm just an example. Are we gonna increase some fancy formula to collect more gas tax? Or we're gonna go with the traditional gas tax? Just raise it and bring it in, because it is the least intensive to any project. Anything else we do is gonna cost hundreds of millions of dollars.
We would only,
So I would just
we're
say,
gonna keep anything we recommend simple.
okay, that'd be my,
I agree with that, part of the money.
Because I don't think we add any more value when we add complexity, and as engineers, we sometimes like to overcomplicate this.
I know.
Eat my finger.
If it calls for a sixth grade, we'll go an 8 just to make sure.
Is there any questions on this?
You passed way limit, what are you trying to do here?
I was trying to be Brad.
Did you have a timer going?
So
You screwed
Lisa,
it up.
why don't you let the commissioners in on the inside story on the timing of the clock?
You should tell some of us that there's a time limit so that we don't screw it up for.
So whoever takes the longest in presentations to commission gets gifted a clock, and Rick got it last time.
No, Monty got it.
No, the region director can't, like, no.
Monty now has it in his possession.
So we didn't have an official timekeeper today, but I'm thinking Kate wins this one.
Hey, Region 4 has 14 counties, they're entitled to 10 minutes.
There you go. Thanks, Doug. Is there any questions though, really?
There is one here.
All right.
I do have one. Can you give us an update on how the road project on, it's that one that is down on the reservation that's being funded by federal dollars. Is it moving forward?
The Shibwitz Reservation?
No.
No.
The
Right
tribal
on the
grant.
Navajo.
Oh, the 70 million.
70 million.
Yeah.
We've got it designed, ready to go. We're working through the right of way with the tribe, and that could take some time. So we're trying to help that along as much as we can.
I don't understand that because they've been screaming for 15 years that that road needs to be rebuilt.
We can give you a lot of examples of projects that have been frustrating.
Okay.
We're being told, right, Monty, that it could be another year to get through the right of way process.
Yes, we're still sitting on that. They haven't refined their estimate from 6 to 24 months. So
But it's in their court. We've submitted it all to them, and we're
Okay. So
trying to get
just
them
checking.
to say yes.
It is designed.
Because I know as chairman of the Native American Committee, I think I heard that every year for 12 years.
And we're just asking for a highway easement. It's not a take, so we're not transferring property. We're just asking for an easement. So hopefully we can get them to agree.
I know I've been through that, but I thought that one was greased up and ready to go. It should be being built. We could be spending so much, we've lost so much time that we might not have enough money to do it.
No, we don't right now.
We don't.
We don't right now. We've already lost
Was it the visitor center, all finished, ready to go? And how long did it sit locked? We couldn't get it open.
Probably 2 years.
2 years.
Before they.
Finished, done, ready to open the door.
Gotcha. I didn't, maybe shouldn't have brought that up.
Okay.
Leave it.
Leave.
Okay, let's talk about bridges. Who's doing the bridges? No. I guess it was.
Well, maybe.
Fair enough.
Guys. So I'm gonna be talking about our rehab and replacement program for 2025. So we've got 3 projects that we're going to be bringing on board. Structures funding is all centrally allocated and we distribute it to where the greatest needs are for structures. So we're a little bit different than some of the funding sources. We'll be doing 3 rehab and replacement projects. They're all pretty high dollar ones. We've got, we're at 85 million, Eric, for 2025 total between preservation and rehab and replacement. So each of these projects are taking a pretty significant amount. Just starting up in Region 1. In Riverdale, we've got 3 bridges that we'll be replacing. 2 of these just dropped to poor condition in the last inspection cycle, and our policy is to program anything that drops to poor condition on the state system in the year that it drops to poor condition. So this is meeting kind of that internal statistic that we try to keep. One piece of this one is it does fall within the limits of a pavement reconstruct project. So we want to have some discussions of timing of the projects, whether or not we need to be combining those into one project. So these are I-84 over 4400 south in both directions, and then 4400 south over I-15. So it's all right next to the I-15 corridor that's getting the pavement reconstruct, and we may be able to get some economy of scale if timings line up with those pavement reconstruct projects. These types of structures, because of the cast in place nature of the beams, you can't really do a deck replacement on them without replacing the beams. And so these, all 3 of these will be full bridge replacements. And with each of these programs, just because of, or each of these projects, because of the complexity of the design that goes into them, we have started cash flowing these projects. So there will be design money in 2024 with anticipated construction in 2025, and that may adjust or shift a little bit depending on that pavement project. Any questions on this one before I?
How come you have Carlos's initial on that one, the first picture?
Well, so this is
Oh, that's B3.
B3C2. We just wanted to make sure Carlos felt recognized. But it's bent 3 column 2, so that we can locate where the damage is on the bridge.
What's it bent?
So the bent is the internal support. At each end of the bridge, you're supported on the abutments, and then your internal column supports are your bents. So this is right next to the roadway. Typically, we get that salt spray, and this is really typical of bridges of this era. So these ones were built in 1966 and 1967 with a 50-year design life. So we're right there at the end of that. Okay.
So a question, since that's still a few years out, I presume where you see that failure, you watch those more closely.
Yeah, we
See if they
do.
deteriorate quicker.
Yeah, so right now this one will maintain the 2-year inspection cycle. We're not seeing enough damage that we're seeing reduction in capacity yet. If we do get to the point that we're seeing a reduction in capacity, then we will increase that inspection frequency to 12 months, 6 months, 3 months, whatever our inspection team feels is necessary for it.
Thank you.
Okay. The next one that we have is in Region 2. This is I-80 at Jeremy Ranch. And there's been a lot of work in this corridor in the last 10 years, and this is one of our holdout bridges. We've done several rehab projects on this throughout its life. It was built in 1971, so it's hitting right at that 50-year life. Unfortunately, most of our bridges, or a huge portion of our bridges, were built with the Interstate Act. And so we have lots of our inventory built in the 60s and 70s that are hitting that 50-year design life. We've done quite a bit of work on these over the years to try and extend it out, doing deck work, column work. And this has kind of become one of those that our maintenance crews are out really frequently on this, doing asphalt repairs, trying to patch the deck, trying to hold it together. And so we are moving to replace both of these structures. And this is another one that we're looking at, a 24 design with 25 construction. Any questions on this one? Any discussion anybody wants to have on those? So right now, this one is in a low fair condition, but we anticipate by the time it gets to that 2025 project, it will have dropped to poor condition.
Well, we built all the way around them. I guess it's their turn.
It is, yep. We've touched almost everything else next to it. So these have been on our radar for a while now.
The commission took action multiple times on that local government job for those roundabouts on the end. Recall that over the last couple of years.
By the way, Region 2, compliments to the repair job on the flyover from 40 going to 80. Smooth out, there's not the bucket. You don't feel like you're riding the bucket horse across it anymore.
Awesome. Good to hear.
And then the last one we have is a lot smaller one. So this is I-70, about 13 miles from the Colorado border. This one was a little bit of an interesting project where we're just replacing the eastbound direction. When I-70 was originally constructed, it was quite a bit narrower. And then about 15 years later, they came in and added the second direction. So the westbound structure is about 14 years newer, and it's in really good condition. It's a different type of structure that has a little bit longer durability on it. So this one is right around that 50-year life as well, having been constructed in 1972. So it turns 50 this year, and it's getting to the point we've got a lot of saturation in the slab, and it's not really something that we can rehabilitate and get additional life out of. And so this will be a full replacement just in the eastbound direction, recognizing that the westbound direction is newer and is in really good shape. So that one will be a full replacement with 2024 design, 2025 construction.
Just put some spackle on it, Rick.
We can paint it and make it look real nice, but that kind of keeps me up at night. So those are the 3 projects that we'll be adding. We also have our preservation program, which is some of our smaller projects, typically addressing overlays and pothole patching, but not structural upgrades to the bridges.
So Becky, you're guaranteeing that 9 million is gonna cover it?
We might be back by the time we get to 2025. Who knows what our costs are gonna do, but we're hoping. We've been trying to be a little bit more conservative in our estimates up front, just to make sure that, or to better predict what's going on with inflation right now, and to kind of anticipate that. We have been, with every new project we're bringing on, we're looking at current bid abstracts and everything else and trying to adjust those costs as we move forward. So
what is your contingency, 20% at this time?
this one has a 30% contingency on it. And part of that is for inflation, and part of that is for other items that may not be known at this point, whether there's utilities or particular drainage issues that need to be addressed, that type of thing, so.
You give this to Colorado right there.
It is. We've got a pretty wide median there.
Jurisdictional transfer?
The other thing, we talked about this.
That's part.
Evan, did you not have your presentation up? Sorry. Okay. Oh, right here? Okay. Haven't been checking off those check boxes. So those were our 3 projects that we're adding. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up is our bridge formula program list. So you guys saw that as for information only last month. This is continuing to evolve, but we have our finalized list at this point. So we started out with about 150 bridges on the list and pared that down to make sure we got each local bridge that was in poor condition that hasn't been programmed, putting special focus on any of those that applications had already been submitted or they had already been funded with other programs. And then also anything that was load posted for 10 tons or less. And recognizing that our funds would probably not stretch the full 150 bridges that we started with in February, we started paring it down to the structures that are in fair condition that we think will be dropping to poor condition next, based on some high-level screening criteria. So we've got a list of 90 bridges that we would like to address with this 5-year program. One of the nice pieces of this is there's no match for the locals if they're off the federal aid system. So we have 55 bridges of the 90 that are off the federal aid system, 23 that are on the federal aid system, and 12 of those are state-owned bridges that we'll be addressing with this. Within this program, we realized that, there's a requirement that 15% of the funds go to locally owned bridges off of the federal aid system. With 55 of our 90 bridges being off the federal aid system, it's considerably more than that because we recognize that that's where the need is. And so we're trying to really help out the locals and the rurals and those areas where we maybe haven't had the ability to address the entire need. So I'm sure you guys will be hearing from the bridge group quite a bit as we progress this program forward. We're in the process of getting the program manager selected for this to start doing a little bit more of our bridge bundling, our prioritization, making sure that we're doing these in the correct order, also reaching out to the locals, those that do have a match, seeing which ones have their match available, when they will have it available, make sure they want to participate in the projects, and also talking to each of the locals that have a bridge on this list to see what their needs are and what fits within what their communities need. So amongst this list, we've got 39 different owners. So Cheryl and I are getting out now, trying to reach out to as many of those as possible. It's a daunting task statewide, but over the next couple months, we're hoping to meet with each of those individually and start having those initial discussions of project timing and also what their needs are and what their desires are to meet what their communities need. So this is pretty cool. Yeah, it's a really exciting time to be in the bridge group. This is a great program for us and addressing a need that's been there for a long time.
So the list started with 150. In 5 years, we can get 90 of those.
That's
And
what
so
our hope
that
is.
leaves 60 for future
Yeah,
dreams.
it'll depend on what the new, what the federal next reauthorization looks like. There's a lot of flexibility. I think I told this to the commission. I think this is the best program of the whole IIJ.
It's very exciting.
Yeah, and we did try to be very conservative with our estimates. And so what we're hoping is we can get all the way through the 90. And there may be some that we take off of this list if matches aren't available, or if we get into it and there's severe environmental concerns or right-of-way concerns that would push us outside of being able to deliver it within the 5-year program. So there may be some movement on this list, but also we're hoping at the end of this, we'll be able to add some additional bridges to it, potentially. Most of these are smaller bridges because they are the local bridges. They're over waterways. They're not major interchanges, that type of thing. And so we are able to hit quite a few more quantity-wise, just because of the deck area.
So we're kind of designing this as we go. The commission has approved the money already for the program management piece that we talked about. We're looking at the commission for approval of this list of the projects that they're going to start working on. And as they define the bundles, basically the advertised packages. Those will come back to the commission for approval because that's where the cost per project is gonna be identified. And so you're gonna hear a lot about this probably every month, guessing.
It's gonna be quite a bit that will be here, especially in the beginning. So the last two commission meetings in February, we approved 2 projects that we moved forward. Both of those were previously on the Joint Highway Committee list. And then last month, we approved 2 more. One was funded through our program and one was a new one that was being added to the program based on need and ability to deliver it. And so it's, as we develop more of these projects, it will probably be pretty frequently that we're here in front of you and asking for approvals. And also, as part of the program management, we want to be setting up a lot of transparent dashboards so that we can keep track of this and resources to the local owners and the commission to be able to show where we're spending the money, where the projects are happening at, and to keep a status running of where the funds are being spent at. So.
Becky, do you by chance have the newest bridge that you had in the bridge slide video that it took less than half of the time to do it? Do you have that? I'd like the commission to see that.
Elizabeth? I-80 bridge slide video?
No,
Exactly.
No, he would like to show it to the commission.
it was so amazing that I just want to see.
Who's logged in here? Did Ivan log in? Kevin, yes. Oh. Oh, go to kids.
It was on, I saw it on KSL, so we could probably find it there.
There, that.
That's the one.
We watched the Avalanche. See, that's just amazing. No, it's supposed to
One of my friends. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a really exciting one for us to get done. It was one of the low points on that corridor, and it seemed like we were getting called out 5-6 times a year for bridge hits, just oversized loads going under it. So this is a huge improvement for us, and it'll help my emergency coordinator out a ton, not having to go out there all the time. So great project there.
Anything else on bridge?
Thank you, guys.
So who's doing high volume? Ivan, you're back in the driver's seat. Ready to go make sure.
I love working with good people. So jumping back to our STIP app, Before we do this, I'm gonna just back to the Transportation Commission. Process goes through and talks about our calendar. The programs is the funding piece that stacks up the different types of funding. And in each year, we have this allocations tab. This allocations tab does go through and reflect the distribution of funding within the program. So we're going to be talking about the high volume and the low volume roads. And we have the distribution that changes. It doesn't change it changes each year, but it changes 2 years out each year. So this was funding that was set previously based on the pavement evaluation for both the high volume and the low volume roads. So if we come back to the STIP app in our pavement program, we have both the high and the low volume roads. So again, we're looking at our high volume and our map just shows that the area. It's not a great zoom view right there. I apologize. Shows the distribution of the high volume roads. The program and the project list is consistent. We can either filter by region 1, 2, 3, or 4. We can sort each one of these as Kate showed. Click here, it details the map, and click here, it talks about the project itself. In the last couple of years, we have not dove deep into our high volume and low volume roads. We just talked about the list of the projects, how they were there, most importantly here along the map, so we can see where those are. This is our high volume. Coming back to our programs, looking at our low volume. And there's only a few low volume projects with this year because the project value of those low volume projects are pretty high. So rather than having a longer list, there's only a few projects on the list this year, with 6 projects for the 2025 year. That was really quick, jumping through about 195.
Shout out.
Here it is right there. In fact, we can right there.
I didn't see that. Know where it was.
So back to our presentation. This is the fact sheet that you'll see tomorrow on the bridge formula program list. And we just walked through our high volume pavements and our low volume pavements. The final checkbox. Any questions before I lose my opportunity up here in the front?
Are you on a timer too?
I'm not.
Okay.
I think that they know that I wouldn't just stop. Jim's up.
Jim is up. I just went to go get him, so I don't see him. How about 10-minute break? Okay. 10 after.
The last thing is the open meetings. That's what we're doing.
Yep. I just informed our attorney and he's out as well. So.
Okay.
Yeah, really, the only thing I have about this training is what's new.
Projects and money.
Change the, so, there's 3 pages on this. So I'm kind of, trying to cut it to 10 or 15 minutes. All right.
It's down there.
Okay.
So the reason I asked that question about the 20 minute free, because a few years ago, it seemed like that was. It seems like it's surfaced. 20 minute freeway. Just remember, at the start, it seems like that was way off. This is like a public, but it seems like all of a sudden it's right up there.
I think a couple of things happened. It's sport. We do have some data that suggests that it might not be close to pass. So I know the other thing that happened was it's not with the legislative interested in highlight is to make that decisions for that. I know it comes down to should goes the other guy.
Andrew?
Yes.
Both do.
And it's about and I think there's even others. The fact is.
I was like.
It's incredible. So realistically,
impacted by.
when would construction start?
That's gonna be limited by knowledge.
Yes. Figure out cost.
Just about ended. She's gonna start practicing with the state teams.
That's right. So she's gonna be on that.
You just got back, where did you go?
I got introduced to it. Yeah, a little bit. My oldest, my second son.
I cheer for you.
It's a cool room.
Yeah, that was one confusing night.
Well, then they open up that door.
I cheer for you kids.
Okay.
It was actually.
I love all the.
All up to you.
This is a fun.
Big day. I don't know how many, we need to talk.
Hey, commissioners.
Leave it.
That's a great problem.
This is for you.
Okay, we're going to go through our yearly training and we introduce Jim Palmer
Yeah, again.
Oh,
He's the only guy that can make this fun.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Thank you for realizing that. I feel, being number 14 on the agenda after 4 hours.
Excuse me, you're number 15.
15, excuse me, number 15, after you've been here for how long? Since 10 o'clock this morning. And some of you had to drive here from the outskirts of the county. Yeah. I feel like the act that followed the Beatles on the Ed Sullivan Show in 1965. Do you remember who that was?
I'm not that old.
Nobody does. Yeah. I'm not either. Nobody knows who that was. I think it was Plate Spinners, though. Remember that song the Plate Spinners used to do? I won't do it. Okay.
So Jim
Jim is also a musician.
Right, and I was really angry when my dad made us watch the Beatles on Ed Sullivan because I wanted to watch Johnny Quest. You know, I was 8, so, and I had to miss Johnny Quest. That made me upset. All right, we know why we have to do open meetings. We have an open meetings law and a grandma law is because we're self-governing and we have to allow the citizens in to govern themselves. So we're just their tools, right? So they have to come in and monitor what we're doing. The act, state agencies exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. I'm gonna go fast. So the only part of this that we have to be here for today is the changes, and there's 3 pages of changes, and they're not that, not that critical. All right, we all know your meetings have to be open unless they're closed, right? Why can we close meetings? Those reasons right there. And in 7 years, I think you've had 2 closed sessions in your meetings.
2 or 3.
Yeah, and that was for this one, right? They're always for that one. So you guys can make decisions on litigation. But those are the reasons the statute allows us to close a meeting for. And we're very cognizant of what those requirements are for closing a meeting, and we're very careful that we follow those. Okay, procedure for closing a meeting. You have to have a quorum present and 2/3 of a vote, 2/3 of the quorum to vote to close. You must record the closed portion of the meeting, and you may take written minutes as well. And the recording is protected, is a protected record under grandma.
Jim, for how long? The recording needs to be kept for how long?
Probably forever.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what your retention schedule is on that, but I'll bet it's forever. And
Every piece of information, we have a unique retention schedule.
yeah, we have hundreds of them. And I can't remember more than one, the one that applies to me. So.
Where do you keep them? Where do you retain them? If you run out of space, what do you do?
Right now, it's on the hard drive. You can, generally, if you have to keep them forever, you don't have to keep them on site. You keep them on site for like 7 years, and then you transfer them to archives. But they've got to be accessible for, if they say forever, that means 75 years. And then after 75 years, when we're all gone, somebody will make the decision to destroy it because they need the room, right? So, or maybe by then, hard drives will be trillions and trillions of gigabytes, and it won't matter. Public notice, you've got to provide 24 hours minimum. You guys do your meetings, you schedule them a year in advance, so you just have to provide notice a week in advance, 7 days in advance. Emergency meetings, you can hold for unforeseen circumstances. The chair would have to call the meeting, but he can call the emergency meeting at the request of any member. You have to provide the best notice practicable, my favorite word in the law, practicable. Notice must include time and a place of the meeting and topics to be considered. You must attempt to notify all the members. Majority of the members must approve. Written meetings and recordings are required except for site visits and tours. Written minutes must include the usual stuff, common sense. So everybody can know where you are and what you did and who was there. Electronic meetings, You must adopt a resolution. You have a resolution. I know, I saw it. You may prohibit or limit electronic meetings based on budget, public policy, or logistics. You may require a quorum present at an anchor location and vote to approve electronic meetings. You may require a request by public made up to 3 days prior, and I believe this is partially, your meeting tomorrow will partially be electronic, and I think I read in your agenda, requests from the public have to be made 3 days prior. You may restrict the number of separate connections allowed, which I'm sure comes into Heather's mind every time she has to set one of these up. You may establish other procedures, limitations, or conditions as you feel works best for you. You must provide 24-hour prior notice of how to connect to the electronic meeting. Notice must describe how members connect. Sometimes laws don't really need to be made, but they do anyway. Must establish one or more anchor locations, at least one at a regular location. During 2020, we didn't have to do this, right? Because of COVID, the legislature hurried and changed the law so we could still function while everybody was working from home. This year, one of the changes they made is fix that. Now we can no longer operate under COVID conditions unless we run into another pandemic. So the legislature has planned for the next pandemic. They don't have to hurry and make a new law to make it legal for us to function from home.
Jim, go back to the previous slide, please. The last item on that says that complete and unedited.
Yes.
In meetings, when we ask for ratification by the commission members to do modification, corrections, is that part of that? How do you say that's not supposed to be unedited?
Your meetings must be complete and unedited from beginning.
She doesn't edit that.
But when we come back for the ratification by the commission members.
Oh, you're
say that
talking
you
about
want
a
it
closed
closed
meeting.
in.
You're talking about a closed
Oh,
meeting.
closed meeting. The closed portion has to be complete from beginning to end. But like I said, that's a protected record and you don't disclose that. When you come back from when you return from the closed session and you open it up again, then you start the standard recording off over and you have to record that until the end.
Thank you.
Yes. Good question. Chance or social meetings. Some people live in small towns. You can't avoid each other if you live in a small town and you all go to the same church and most of you work at the same place. And hell, some towns you're all related, you know. So I didn't mean that the way it
Couldn't help himself, really.
But if you take it to its logical conclusion, I think everybody in Utah is related. You know, we're all one family here. So you can't avoid each other. If you run into each other in the grocery store or the Mexican Hat Mall, or church or family gathering, something like that, you can talk to each other, but don't discuss official business, you know? You don't have to avoid each other. Sometimes common sense can work its way into the law occasionally. Members may text or email each other when not convened in public meetings. If the text or email is about business of the body, it's a public record though. You got to remember that. All right. You know what a meeting is? A workshop. I had to put this together because the highway patrol asked me, well, what about workshops? And what about subcommittees and things like that? So long as you don't have a quorum present, the chair can set up subcommittees to study specific things. You can get together, do the research, learn about things, and then report back to the body. That's what those things are for. They're not for, meeting in the back room of a restaurant or something and doing all your meeting business and then coming to the meeting and putting on a little show. Some bodies have done that in the past and they got caught, right? So you would never even try that because I can't imagine Carlos allowing that. He would explode. So executive session, that's another name for the closed part of your meeting. We're going to go into executive session now. Ad hoc committee, that's another name for subcommittees. Enforcement. I think this is an important part because you probably run into this every month. You can remove disruptors, those that show up and they want to make sure you understand that they've got a constitutional right to be here and damn it, you're going to listen to them, right? You can throw them out. It's okay if they're disrupting your meeting. Suits to avoid final action must be filed within 90 days. So you got a very short statute of limitation, and you can file suit to avoid an action, as people did with the Wasatch Council thing when it was first getting started and they didn't have their meetings public. They found out that they had to, right? Attorney General and county attorneys enforce the act. The Attorney General must notify of material changes annually. So we're going to do that here in a minute. Persons denied a right may file suit to compel compliance or enjoin. The court may award reasonable attorney fees and court costs. That's where you can get yourself in trouble. If you get caught doing something you shouldn't be doing and you get sued and they win, you pay for everything. I'm sure that's not budgeted in. Criminal penalty for closed meetings, another important part. Member who knowingly or intentionally violates or who knowingly or intentionally abets or advises a violation of any of the closed meeting provisions is guilty of a Class B misdemeanor. There are only 3 classes of misdemeanors. That one's the second most strenuous. Conviction of a Class B misdemeanor, you can get 6 months in jail and a $1,000 fine for both. So it's just not worth it to be a scofflaw. All right, what's new? HB 22, Open and Public Meetings Act modifications. That's an honest, forthright name for a bill. There are several bills that modified the Open and Public Meetings Act this year that didn't have the same open and honest title, but this one does. It applies to electronic meetings. Beginning on January 1, 2023, your public bodies must establish a resolution how the body includes a remote member when calculating a quorum. So you can have your remote member, some of you can stay home. You don't have to come up here. You can participate remotely. We'll just have to write a resolution, determine how you want to do it. Establish conditions under which a member may vote or take action by proxy. That's a new one. You haven't been able to vote by proxy. So the legislature is trying to make this easier for you to function. Because I think that's one of the benefits we got from COVID. It wasn't all bad. Some of these things are paying dividends, really. All non-unanimous votes must be taken by roll call. If the chair calls for a vote and he gets a nay, he hears a nay in there, then we got to do a roll call. So this is to add to your to-do list for 2023 is put together a new resolution, and we put that together, and we'll probably use it for all of UDOT's public bodies. Okay, HB 239. Elected public body transparency amendments. So if you're elected to a body, this applies to you, but it also includes these other provisions that apply to UDOT. Even though you don't have any elected members, you've got to give 24 hours public notice of electronic meetings, except for an electronic meeting described in subsection 5. And subsection 5 basically is an exception that allows you to function under the COVID rules. So you can have your entire meeting electronic and not have to establish a anchor location. Except as otherwise provided in a legislative rule applicable to the public body at least 24 hours before the electronic meeting is scheduled to begin. Provide each member of the public body a description of how to electronically connect, because we can't leave everything up to your common sense, so we have to describe it for you. SBE 15, Department of Government Operations. This doesn't apply to you, only to them, so we can keep our information technologies security a secret. HB 438, Point of the Mountain State and Authority Amendments. You know, that one kind of picked my ears as soon as I started reading that, because I'm always thinking they're going to hide something. Somebody's going to come out of there really rich, and we want to know about it. It modifies the purposes of closed meetings to include certain discussions related to the development of land owned by the states. So this applies to you. You do this every meeting. Adds to the reasons allowed for closing a portion of a public meeting to discuss a proposed development agreement, project proposal, or financing proposal related to the development of land owned by the state. So it's the title misrepresents it, right? It should say the state land authority amendments, Point of the Mountain, and UDOT. That's it. Any questions? That was pretty good, huh?
Well done.
Yes. I'm gonna get her down to 5 minutes next time.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions for Jim?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
I'm really glad Heather fed you, because I hate to be here with you starving and exhausted.
There's a dessert for you in the back room. What about yourself?
See you tomorrow.
Tomorrow, 8:30.
How long do we think tomorrow will last?
11:30 to 12 o'clock. You heard everything you wanted to hear today, so you already got to review everything.
I mean, we will have a few people we know of that are gonna make public comment. And I will, Lisa and I will skedaddle, what time do we have to be at the TOC? International Olympic Committee's in town, we're gonna meet with them over at the TOC.
So while they're gone, we just, kind of.
Hopefully we're done.
Thank you.
The only one jumping up.
Nobody's-
Yeah.